All right, and we're back for a fresh week of let's see how much the dice fucking hate us, or as things have been going the past couple of weeks, how much our technology hates us. Because cameras and microphones and internet connections and cats all keep happening. Mm.
Mostly
So,
cat.
I'm shocked they didn't break anything this time.
give them a few hours. They have time.
Looking at that power button on my computer, like.
Yeah, give them time. Give
Mhm.
them time. They'll get there. Hope
They'll
everyone's
find it.
doing somewhat okay. Everyone's at least conscious, which I guess is a good thing.
Most we can ask for sometimes.
Debatable.
Yeah, considering last week, yeah. I can believe that. So, anyways, let's get a recap on what happened last time.
Okay. So, we ended up going to the. I want to say, what was it? It was like a drug den where they had a bunch of people guarding people who were in the dream world, and they got torn apart while they were doing that, from inside of a locked room, basically. And while we were coming to grips with that, a blood golem formed out of the various gore and everything there. So we had to take that down, and with that, kind of just close the book on Barvasi's band, considering that was basically what was remaining of them.
Mm-hmm.
And Osnan sort of filled us in on what happened afterwards. There was the book that they were looking for, or rather that we were looking for, that had made an appearance there. And let's see, I walked home very drunkenly from our entertainment the night afterwards. There was the play that we went to see, which had, I'm assuming it had enough acts to get absolutely plastered in, and Daxius trailed one of the performers home. So the next morning, we awoke to find a letter from Captain Stauffer asking to help us, asking us for our explanation as to why there were so many dead booksellers from just the previous evening. And yeah, we went over to the Winding Way bookshop. There was the owner, Diagorgio.
Yep.
He was very much deceased, who had plunged from the third floor. I think for a while we were thinking that he had gotten dropped like through the roof or something along those lines. But he fell through the walkway and just basically, hopefully, was either already dead or expired on impact. Yeah, this all from whoever was looking for this book that they'd apparently gotten no closer to acquiring by just seemingly, going around and probably grilling people and then murdering them. But yeah, I used magic to calm down the daughter, who informed us of what she had seen take place, and also of some disturbing dreams that she had, and that it kind of blended together with reality for for some time. And also that this monster had done this to, I want to say, yeah, her father,
Yep.
which looked to be kind of like the things that attacked us in the arena. So more Hounds of Tindalos, and they had definitely been hot on the trail of this book because we found it in the back, the Paginarum lethargica, and that has a page in Ancient Elven that looks like it's been just sort of put in there, along with a bookmark that was keeping it magically concealed. So, that was why we were going to visit Madame Carrington, figuring that she probably is more learned in the dream world stuff than we are, and we'll be able to hopefully learn the ritual that this book contains, or that the page contains, to follow Caligaro and put an end to this.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think where we left off, you guys were finally departing from the alleyway that you had spent time talking in, going over the book, or at least what you could, given the amount of the time constraint. I know there was definitely an argument over what to do with that separate page, but I believe some conclusion was reached, at least for the time being, and you finally set out again. So, giving the stage back to you guys.
Sven also talked to the distraught little girl. How old is she actually?
16.
The distraught little girl, and offered to chronicle her parents to help them live in memory.
They ran a bookstore and then they died. The end.
Dang.
You're in memory of your parents.
Yes, a fine limerick.
Yeah, he shows up, but he's drunk, and he just like writes down some bullshit. He's like, "Kid, your parents, they're not interesting. Let me tell you."
They're not interesting.
They're
Not even at the right house.
So, now that you guys have set out from the alley in which you were conspiring, what are you doing?
I think the party was heading towards Madame Carrington's.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a very long walk over to Madame Carrington's, but as you get closer to where her oneiromancy has been set up above on the second floor of this building, you notice that there is a decent amount of people standing outside waiting to get in. The mood in the air around this crowd is, I'm going to say, low-level panic. Like, there is definitely a tension there that if somebody were to stand nearby and shoot a gun up into the air, it would cause a stampede of people. These people are very obviously on edge, and they all want to get into that building.
You guys are all obviously edging. I'm sorry. I didn't have the chance to get it out of my system. I'll shut up.
Yeah, we just kind of make our way through the crowd. Or try to push between people anyway.
You're definitely gonna get people that push back, saying, don't fucking cut in front of it. We've been waiting here for just all that on. But as you get to the front, you actually hear somebody like yelling to get people to like calm themselves and control themselves. And as you get to near the front of the crowd, you see that it is Melia, who definitely looks like she's been standing there for quite some time and has been dealing with this for a while, and has that look on her face like like a third grade teacher that wants to kill her students because they're being that bad. As you
Fair.
guys come out of the crowd, she just turns towards you and is like, "Oh well, shit. If you're here to look for her too, it's gonna be a while."
How while are we talking?
I just look at the crowd of people. I think an hour at least.
The light actually moving, or is it just sitting around?
It's moving, but a lot of it is seeking her help and her protection rather than seeking readings. And well, let's just say it's very hard to protect this entire neighborhood even when I've volunteered to take up some of that in the dream world.
And by volunteered, you probably mean voluntold, yeah.
I don't think Madame Carrington is able to tell me to do anything. But she's one of the few people who actually in this neighborhood seems to have a grip on what the hell's going on, and has a way to actually handle it. So, I'm assuming you're not here for that, so...
Actually, we are here to handle it. Or try to get a grip on it, at least. Kind of need her help.
Still don't think
But,
we do,
Luke-
but sure, yeah, we need her help.
Well, Vic will just lean in closer just to try to not have to say things too loud. It's like, we've got the book.
She definitely goes to, like... You can definitely almost hear the question of what? And then it's, like, halfway through and she's like... Okay. You see a couple people come out of the doorway behind you and a few other people go in. She backs up and says, "I'll handle this." And then she points out to the crowd and says, "If anybody cuts in this, I'll stove their head in. So you'll die here and the Night Gaunts won't have to do it for me." Alright. She just turns around and despite being a pretty small woman, she's able to, like, you know, fucking shove past people like somebody twice her size. As she goes inside. The crowd, which had been a little bit tense as you push to the front, sees that you're not really, like, waiting for them and have mostly forgotten by now.
Good.
I don't know how much information we're going to be getting here, but this is the only way I can think of to not go in blind.
I think that's inevitable.
Okay. It takes like a few minutes before finally Melia comes out and says, "Alright, I'm able to get you in quick since you're not looking for what they are," and she and Colville actually want to talk to you. So, she then points to the crowd and says, "They're just stopping in, they're not looking for what you are, so be quiet!" And then, like, opens the door in order to let everybody in, kind of pushing people out of the way in order to do so.
Yes, I've always admired your way with people.
I've been here for 4 hours.
I'm kidding.
That sounds painful.
I'm not. So, you have to kind of like almost scoot up the stairways because people are standing up, and then when you get to the second floor landing, you see that the waiting room is standing room only.
As the party goes up the stairs, I'm just stunned, standing in the doorway for a moment as I just mumble to myself, "Vic just made a joke?" Shit.
There is.
And I'll quickly follow after.
What the weight limit of this building is? It's probably lower than the number of people.
This seems to be one of the better maintained buildings, most likely because there's a decent amount of money coming in here in order to do so. You have to wait up there in the landing for a couple minutes before the door opens. Colville, the man, lets a couple out, and then like looks through and then just kind of draws you in. You definitely get somebody saying, "What the fuck? We've been waiting," and you know. He just gives
Yes,
that kind of
well-
foppish.
I'll be quick.
He ushers you inside and then closes the door, kind of blocking out most of the noise of the people conversing out in the waiting room. You see Carrington, as always, laying back on her couch, same as she always does, and like her eyes like work over towards you, like her face moves a little bit, and Colville guides you over to where she sits between the plants, and that's about it. You see the automatic writings of the pen and paper begin to write out in front of you, asking, "What do you have?"
The it was
So,
Paginarum lethargica.
the specific name, but that's the book that was used by Caligara to do the ritual.
You watch as it quickly writes out, and this time, like most of the times before, it has written out everything very smoothly and prettily. Now it's much more like, harried and harangued, and it just writes out "See it?" ?
I'll take it out of the bag of holding and still latched and everything, but just like set it on the desk next to the writing utensils.
Her eyes fall on it, and then you see the pen write out, "That's it."
Any of the contents you want me to page to?
I'm entirely certain what she would. Her
Oh,
question.
there's also the extra page.
She will write answering the first question with latest ritual. Or excuse me, latest/ritual.
I think wasn't the bookmark on that, or was it just kind of shoved in there?
Or the age was, I believe.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, the magic bookmark, Daxius dropped on the floor, and you left at the bookshop.
Yeah, I didn't realize the bookmark itself was on it. It was magical. I just thought the actual book itself had like an illusion on it.
Nope.
So I would have picked up that bookmark, but I didn't. It's my bad. Whatever.
Well, all the interesting stuff is on the same pages anyhow, so I'll turn it to there and take the page out and set it to the side in case the information's like split.
You page through to where most of the ritual is laid out in plain language inside of the Paginarium. Her eyes kind of go over it, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then you see the auto writer scroll out. This is old magic.
It's the Elven works even older, I imagine.
Oh wow, it's old. What insightful information we've gathered.
Hey,
This
You
is still a
also-
shit idea.
She also writes out, "This shouldn't work."
it's that old, huh? I hadn't even seen anything like this in the examples for how ancient magic might have been performed.
Yep.
Not to
I
mention
don't know
I
if the
can't really
ritual-
read Ancient Elven.
She does write out a question, that being, he has a dreamstone.
Had, I believe. I thought it was consumed.
She writes out, "No, dreamstone required to maintain dreamscape."
Uh,
Is it in there with him, then?
She writes out, "It is what keeps the dreamscape open. In order to close Dreamscape, Dreamstone must be sent somewhere else."
Great, just use plane shift or some other powerful magic on it. We'll be fine.
She then writes out ritual and circles it again, and then beside that writes out ritual in Dreamscape.
So once we get
Okay.
inside, we can perform this ritual to get rid of the stone.
Yes. That
I don't
closed
imagine-
Dreamscape.
I don't imagine Caligara would be particularly keen on letting that happen, though.
She writes
Will we
out
be
in
able to-
very sharp letters, "Kill him."
Would closing the dreamscape kill him?
Her answer is, eventually, Dreamscape will collapse.
Perhaps more merciful to take care of it ourselves, then.
Well, I'm not a fan of leaving loose ends open, so yeah, we should.
Got the means to begin to set up this ritual. Are there any preparations we need to make, or anything specific we would need to be able to take in, or are we going to be able to take anything in?
Anything on you goes with. Perform a ritual within the scope of Dreamscape, which for you means you have to do it where the edge of the Dreamscape seems to be, and which you know seems to be growing nightly. Where you emerge depends on performance of ritual. Teleportation, not always 1-to-1. The Nightmare Realm is dangerous, and you may be separated. Have means to find one another, and do so quickly.
Right.
I do think I can manage that.
But what of the
When-
rest of us? Do we have the means to do this?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
To find each other.
Oh.
Quickly.
I can buy a scroll or two. Probably.
Might be best pick place to meet up.
Right.
If I understand correctly, the Dreamscape will be perhaps not a one-to-one, but a similar layout as the bridgefront where it's currently residing.
Yes.
Alright. So once we are inside, it'll be not impossible to orient ourselves, I suppose.
I don't know
I would
who
imagine that-
would be inside, but be prepared for him and the hag.
Right.
Right.
Or some of the other spiritual creatures that the one that Gilgamesh encountered, if I remember correctly, as well as whatever's been jumping through dreams and slaughtering those around Bridgefront.
Yes.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see more of the dog things as well.
There will be
How do
many
we-
monsters on the other side. Night Gaunts, Shadow Mastiffs, possibly low-level demons. The Dreamland is a dangerous place.
Hmm. I was considering having an escape plan, but
There's no
it might be
escape
best to.
plans.
Right. I'll just. What was the term? Unpack my big magics.
Once the stone is expelled, will we be able to escape the dream realm of our own volition, or will we have to find a way out?
Her answer is, you will wake yourself up. You do not enter the dream world physically, technically, which is why it is not one-to-one. All you need to do is wake up.
All right.
Good.
I think this mostly covers our questions. We need some time to prepare the ritual itself, and then perhaps Melia will be able to key us in on the finer aspects of entering the dream realm.
Her conclusion is simply, good luck.
Thank you. Your assistance is vital in this.
She writes, if I was 20 years younger and had a functioning body, ... At least in the waking world.
Well, you don't.
I just, glare at Daxius.
Is there a window
She
nearby?
doesn't.
Oh, many.
He just kind of looks over, thinks about it for a second.
What you do is more than enough, I assure you.
She writes
Just,
out, more people come every day. Even with Melia's help, I cannot defend them all.
No.
We are working as fast as we can. This ritual is going to take some time to decipher. Perhaps we'll be able to find some allies with the society that might be able to expedite the process a bit.
Mm-hmm. Pop
As
down
soon as
some.
we're able.
Mhm.
As soon as
Well,
we're able.
there's magic circles for this sort of thing, but they're only about 20-foot radius, 20-foot diameter, so I don't think people can comfortably exist in that space for prolonged periods of time.
Probably not.
I think that about covers it. Sorry to take up so much of your time.
Today will be much of what I've already seen already. We do what we can.
Indeed. Yeah. Turns to the rest of the group. Probably start getting prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And so start heading out.
Take care.
Colville leads you out, and as you guys, the doors open and you leave, the next group of people almost rush to the door once that you're through it. I will say that the people in here 100% look like they belong to Bridgefront. They are mostly very poor. They're not well dressed, and most of them seem very desperate.
Yeah. No doubt.
Other than that, you are able to shoulder your way back down the stairs and out onto the street.
Do you know how many people are going to die in 6 days? A lot.
Nope.
Do you have a better option? We go in now without the ritual, and we're not going to be able to solve the problem regardless.
I know.
The best we can do at this point is stem the tide.
No. Who's doing research then? With who's reading this fucking shit? Because we might as well get on it right away.
I suppose I will.
Oh.
The research against since I seem to. I mean no offense, but I seem to be the one who understands the book.
Yeah, I can also read it.
But do you understand it?
Yeah, kind of.
Raise his eyebrow.
It's a pretty
It's pretty
esoteric
dense.
subject.
It is, but I'm also used to stuff like that. The fundamentals made sense, but past that, I mean, it's mostly like non-fundamental, so I got like only a bit of it. But I don't know.
Yeah. If you think you'd be the fastest at it, I think you're the one of us who's got confidence in the matter.
No, I was just thinking if you and Sven weren't working on it, it'd be me and Sven.
Well, I'd probably need some reference material to even begin to understand this thing.
I
Speaking
don't
of
know
which,
why it just seems to click with me.
If you do need reference material, I suppose I could manage to get some of that.
Me or
Awesome.
Daxius?
Oh, you. Sven.
Oh,
You.
I suppose I wouldn't mind it. Any help would be good help. This is a very big book. I'm not sure how long it'll take me, but honestly, it could take me up to a week just to parse through it. It's not just reading the words, it's understanding them.
Yeah. Well, I guess read carefully, but don't take too much extra time.
With bringing in someone from the society, perhaps someone with a bit more experience in this sort of thing.
Only Jean-Luc was here. Can't believe I've been saying that. I hate that guy.
Okay.
Well, if you need any help either, Daxius, just say the word.
Yeah. Sure.
I can ask around for who might be good for deciphering this sort of thing, and also I think it might be worth finding some supplies to actually bring in with us, just in case.
I'm already running around with a fairly full backpack. I don't know what else I could bring in.
We've got the bag of holding, and I can carry plenty.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the means to locate one another is the main thing that I'm concerned about, so I'll try and make that my focus.
Is there something that we could like a stone or a compass that points to people who also have another compass. A way to find each other.
Theoretically, if we all hold a distinct item and then use locate object on it in a certain range, we could find each other. As long as we all stick to bridge front, or what looks like bridge front. Or,
Fernix,
it's a dream world, that might not work.
actually, no. This is an interesting proposition. Fernix, we have a good amount of time. Do you think that we could have magic items that could if each of us have a magic item that can cast locate object once per day?
Is possible.
It might eat into our money a little bit, but honestly, we could once we have it, we'll have it for other purposes too.
I suppose even if we can get a two-way communication going between one of us and everyone else, that would work for those purposes too. I just dislike putting all of our eggs in one basket.
I think the layout of Bridgefront will be approximately the same. Finding some way to contact each other is good, but if that ends up not being a viable option, I'd say we try to meet to the equivalent of Madame Carrington's in the round.
That would make sense. Her protections should possibly extend over there. Or I
Awesome.
hope that that's how it works.
It's not impossible.
Well, let's head back to Bannerhome for now. Got a few things that need to be done there, I suppose.
Okay.
And with that, Melia will give you a wave goodbye before turning to, deal with some pushing people. And you're able to make your way out of Bridgefront. It's probably a bit of a relief once you get away.
Good luck with that.
She looks so tired.
Send any broken noses our way.
You're able to... Sorry, go ahead.
There will be some of those.
You're able to make your way back through Luna Brook, making for Bannerhome. Getting kind of later in the morning, and well, you arrive when you do. Nobody waylays you, nothing jumps out at you. It's probably an unusual walk back, especially for the person who was carrying that book on them.
We should put that right into the lead-lined barrel if we're not reading it, yeah?
Oh,
Good thing.
In order to study the book, since you already passed the check, Barry, your character will need to spend 8 hours a day studying it.
Yup.
And you are probably one of the better ones to do it, considering you only sleep for 2 hours a night.
I've got homework. I gotta study for the exams.
Yeah.
Also want to pass the Ring of Sustenance over to somebody else.
Takes like 7 days to attune to it.
Is it 7 days or is it just 1 day?
I think it's like 7
I think
days.
it's 7 days, in order to discourage the abuse of that, specifically.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm pretty sure it's like instant in 3.5, but Pathfinder changed that.
Yeah, it's a week.
So, one thing that would work that I think it'll be pricey, but it's a little bit cheaper than a magic item. But it is going to be walking with an active spell on us that, if it gets pulled off, is can't telepathically talk anymore. but telepathic bond works for 10 minutes a level, and it's over any distance. It can be made permanent, 13,500 gold per person. So,
Yeah,
no,
we
it
don't have
can't.
that money.
But we could afford one casting of it, and that would be something we might conceivably be able to arrange for, because it's a level 5 spell.
Problem with that. To be able to cast it on all three of us, you need to be level 9.
Well, it's a 5th level spell, so we would need to hire someone regardless.
Yeah, and it's a wizard sorcerer spell too, so I can't cast it either.
Fair enough.
Technically, Inquisitors get it, apparently.
Yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
5th level Inquisitor spell is up there.
13th level.
Mhm.
Yeah, 13th level. So, if we can just give me a few level ups first. I did get for full caster levels Inquisitor, which is nice.
Yeah, that's pretty base.
Well, that sounds like it'll probably work, so I'll keep on looking for other things that would be easier / we probably only need to really talk for what, a minute or so at a time, so
Probably.
like a long distance sort of sending type thing wouldn't be too bad either.
Even 6 seconds would be enough just to say, "Shit's bad, retreat," or something.
Oh, that doesn't sound helpful.
It's more helpful than silence.
We're,
I'm
hey,
just
how's
saying,
it
if
going?
you have- if
We're
you
all
have
gonna
to-
die. Well, that was a good use of the magic item.
How expensive would it be to the thing that I said with the making compasses that can point to each other?
That's
Is it
a
a
good
real
question.
magic item, or is that something Fernix would have to craft himself?
Well, I'm saying make something that has once per day can cast locate object.
Right.
Locate object, but only on other compasses.
Sure.
Which makes it a lesser locate object spell, but it still works for what we need.
It's
Hey,
if it's anything above 1st level, which I assume it is, it's going to be expensive.
No.
yeah, because I think what is it? As far as monitoring direction and stuff goes, I think it was Death Ward or another spell that is on my list that I never cast can tell what direction people are, or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a 2nd level spell. So,
No, not
But maybe
not,
since it
not Death Ward.
2nd level spell isn't too bad. And
it'd be
also,
minimum 2,100 apiece.
but also if we have that that modifier of but it only works on other compasses, then maybe it would be cheaper. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh no, it was Death Watch. This silly spell. Oh no, wait, it's okay. Yeah, it's sort of a monitoring thing, but it only works out to 30 feet. And it just tells people's conditions. It doesn't. It wouldn't really be useful to know their direction when you're 30 feet away anyway.
Yeah. Either way, you might learn a little more about the ritual, what it entails, and what happens when you cast it once you read a little more about the book.
Okay.
You won't be able to, as a group, contribute to, obviously you couldn't really contribute to, whether somebody understood it, but you will be able to contribute at least as other casters to the check in order to perform said ritual, so at least have that.
So I could read it the 8 hours you guys are asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but
so.
if only you read it, not and you fail to check, we're kind of shit out of luck. Can't help you.
Yeah. Not bad, yeah. At least have Daxius and Fernix also reading it. And we just switch who's reading it currently.
All right. So now that
Beautiful.
you're back at Bannerhome, what now?
Can someone remind me why we have to go to that ball tonight? The importance of
dinner.
that?
It would probably make them really mad if we didn't.
Right,
It's
but
dinner
I
at the
don't remember any of
Luttendorffs,
the details. Right, the Luttendorffs.
where we went to the last research session.
Right.
Yeah, he said that he might be able to look into other things, and that if he finds anything, he'll let you know, and maybe just make it a dinner or something like that.
Okay, so this isn't like a formal event where a bunch of people are going. It's just
There might be like some expectation to like make yourself presentable.
yeah, but I can do that on a whim.
Yeah, like it would definitely like if you showed up in armor and shit, that probably wouldn't be considered like kosher. But like, you don't need to like this isn't a white tie event.
Fair.
Man, but that's Sven's entire personality is wearing armor.
He needs to work on his personality then.
Nah.
No, it's other people who's the problem.
Totally, yeah.
Sven's the world's first incel.
Second, actually, sadly. Fernix got there first.
His armor is his fedora. If he dies.
So
Yeah, it exposes his brainlessness to the world.
Receding hairline,
oh, you guys.
which is really weird to see on a cat. Anyway,
Jesus.
Vic's got some stuff to do, but it's not very interesting. So, anybody else wants to go first, they can go.
Yeah, I guess I'll also, let's see, where's the closest people that I can burden with this? I mean, ask for advice. Let's see what sort of stuff at the University of Lunabrook they would do for such a hypothetical scenario.
Okay.
I probably won't come in and ask all of the students for their advice because I want something that probably would be useful.
If Fernix goes out and does that, I'm gonna wait for him to leave and just say I'm gonna take a leak, and then I'm gonna go out. I want to follow behind him and catch up with him. Grab you by the arm, Fernix.
Ah,
Walking.
huh, don't do that.
I'll get used to it. Look,
Excuse me?
I already told Vic I'm just gonna cut to the point because we're
I wonder if Holy Smite would work on you.
probably. I think most of your spells would probably do me in pretty quickly.
No. No, it would just blind you, and then probably kick you in the nuts. Now,
You
stop
know what?
making me
Fair
think I'm
enough.
about to be mugged.
Fine. Just I've already told Vic this, but I don't. This is a bad idea. Are we really just going to be parading this around to everyone we see, saying, "Hey, we got this fancy, like, cool magic that we might theoretically use for something. Why not help us out?" People are going to
No,
catch on really quickly. You're going to a school of mages.
Yes. And if any of them were involved in this already, I doubt it would be any of the upper, I doubt it'd be any of the teachers. Honestly, their course load is probably staggering. I doubt they have the time. Let alone, could they even be functional and dealing with all of this bullshit at the same time? I don't think so.
You'd be surprised. Some people lie in wait until they're needed. Look, my point is that we shouldn't. I don't think we should be telling a single fucking soul about this.
There aren't that many people that go plane hopping anyway. I'm asking a fairly rudimentary question that I'd probably write home to Allenberg about, but we need the answer like as soon as possible, so just relax.
Relax? Do you know people have died already?
Yes. I'm aware.
Shit is going on.
And if we go in there without any means to find one another, then we're just sort of... We're not going to do so hot, I don't think.
I don't think
Especially
it's so hot either way.
Yeah, whatever happens when that barrier gets crossed, we'll have to see how we deal with it. But I don't think going around flying in the sky is going to be a good idea. Considering I think last I checked, hags did fly, or at least could.
Fuck,
And
I've dealt with hags before.
the astral realm and the dream realm are two different ones. I'm more familiar with the astral plane, and on that you can just sort of will yourself to fly without really thinking about it. But if it's a dream and it's mimicking our material world, then if gravity is a rule that we have to abide by, we'll have to abide by that. But obviously someone's probably gone into the dream plane at some point or another, so...
Probably, but... Look, I get it, but even if there's not someone against us in the school, there's always the chance that going to them, we're putting a target on their back.
And
right I'm
now,
trying to avoid people dying more. It was you fucks that told me we could do something good.
it's sort of just a matter of time before a target goes onto anyone's back. So, if that's the case,
I've said my piece. Whatever.
Right. We're going to need to take some sort of risks in order to get over this. I'm not trying to dangle anyone to the sharks, I'm just, like, at a loss otherwise. I mean, I'd be able to maybe summon something to get part of the way to one of you, and that's, like, all I had.
I get it. It's fucked one way or the other. I know. I can see that with my own fucking eyes. It's whatever. Just whatever.
It's more like I'm dealing with magical red tape than anything. It's kind of just annoying to have to go and be like, hey, yes, could I give you all of this money so you can put this spell on us for no particular reason?
A lot of people do a lot of things for money.
Yeah. Usually it's a good way to get some beer money, or more like research funds for most of these guys. If you let them know a few days in advance, it's entirely possible you could, facilitate things. So I'm going to try and see if anyone's willing to facilitate things. That, the telepathic bond seems like the easiest way to make this work. And I honestly don't know if I have enough brain power to come up with a longer-term solution, although it would be nice.
You have more. I think you have the most brain power out of anyone in this group, truth be told.
Yeah. And,
that's not a disrespect to anyone else. I'm just... If anyone can do it, it's you.
It's been completely spent taking care of this other stuff. So, yeah.
Well, that's about
Maybe.
it. Just
maybe you should take the advice that I've been giving myself privately and take a load off, man.
What do you think I do every night?
Well, go and
Whoa, too much information, man.
You calm down.
go and drink some coffee at like a cafe or something, or like
I'll drink some alcohol.
pick some flowers. Maybe catch a ball. Oh shit!
I
I
can't.
didn't mean like, not like fetcher.
That's pretty
just-
funny.
never mind.
actually.
Oof.
Never mind.
No, you're fine. That's
I really-
actually pretty funny.
I wasn't trying
We're
to.
gonna-
Ow.
That's what we're gonna say because he
Shit.
doesn't have a dad to throw it.
I slowly, as Fernix is like trying to recover from this, I go from like a small chuckle to a fucking fit of laughter. Like, you're fine. You're fine, man. Don't worry about it.
Right. Anyway. Yeah. I'll try to be discreet. I'll let you know if I get stabbed in the back or anything.
Sure, yeah. Right before Fernix goes, Cyrus Hatsball. You asked who my master was before. That's who it
Oh.
was.
Do we know him?
No. Just... I want you to know that you can trust me. That's all. That's the only reason I'm doing any of this.
I
That's...
did feel like I could already.
I guess I'm still trying to feel like I can trust you guys. I don't tell anyone this shit, alright? Just fucking take it, alright?
I will, I'm sorry.
No, it's me. Forget it. And I just turn away in a huff.
If it makes you feel better, there's plenty of things I don't like to talk about either. I'm still working on that.
It's...
I think you're probably doing better than I am, relatively.
Do you ever have the feeling you could die at any moment?
Oh yeah. Like constantly. Sometimes, anyway.
Can't help but feel
And-
like that's up to 11 for me right now. It's making everything weird.
Just find something to distract yourself for a while.
I can't afford to, not with everything going on. But
You
Try.
can afford to. Because right now you're just going to do nothing but focus on that thing until the entire day is gone.
I can't afford to because if I do nothing but focus on that thing, people will die. I can do something to help alleviate that.
I really don't think there's anything we can do right now.
I think there's something I can do.
Like,
You know, I work better in the shadows.
don't make me
I have-
send it to her after you.
I have all these followers who have followed me blindly, and I have been trying and trying to keep on the good path for Vic because he told me that I could do something good. I've been trying to follow his example, and it's not fucking working. So I think it's about time I go back to my roots and try and do good that way.
I reach out and put my hand on your shoulder. You know, the thing that I recognized a lot earlier in my studies. Sometimes doing the good thing necessitates doing the bad thing. So, as long as you know what you're getting into, I think you're being responsible with it.
I think I needed to
But
hear
don't do anything stupid and die somewhere.
that. If I do die, I'll make sure to die loudly.
Better. And at least not until next week.
No promises. I'll try.
Yeah. Well, this is probably the most stimulating conversation I'm going to have for the next hour or so.
Oh, same.
So I do appreciate it, but yeah, the grabby. If you'd put a dagger in my back, I probably would have been.
That's fair. I'll be more
Shitting
conscious
myself.
next time.
Yeah. I'm not used to the city either, is all. So, anyhow,
I'm not
I'd
used to doing
appreciate
good,
it.
so that's two of us. And I appreciate your wisdom.
Well, it's all relative anyway.
I suppose.
Feel pretty stupid for not just learning to be a wizard anyhow at this point.
I think you're enough. Good luck.
Well, thanks. And you too. We seen that shit.
Yeah, and sing.
All right. So,
Think it's time for dinner?
Well,
It is 11 a.m.
yeah,
going on about
the earliest
True.
dinner you've ever had.
Thanksgiving dinner.
Dinner is all about mindset.
Oh right, we have a.
What did you
we
not
have
say
someone who-
rune? Did you have breakfast?
Guy, hold on. We have
Yesterday?
a Canadian here. All right, so Canadian. Thanksgiving is when we thank the Native Americans, aka the elves, I guess, for the land that we.
Asked nicely for
How do we-
and didn't necessarily listen to their response before moving in.
I'm having
Yeah.
trouble making out what's on this document. There's some kind of like dark brown stain.
It's
really
we
hard to
gave
read.
the elves some like little gold beads, and then we lit their houses on fire, and then built our own.
And then we
Yeah.
told them that the place that we're forcing them to move to is going to be theirs for real this time. And then we changed our mind and we're like, actually, we like the wood on that land. And
Yeah.
we did that a couple dozen times.
Yeah, we told them they could live over on the other half of the continent, and once they got there and sat down, we did it again, and just did
Yeah.
that until they've got about like 25 square feet of land in the entire continent right now, so they're pretty okay.
In total.
Honestly, I think that's too much for them.
I happen to agree.
I mean, they're not using it.
So,
And then when they're like,
Hey, that's what
you know,
Thanksgiving
we
is.
we want to share this land. Can we have it back now? And we're like, no. And they're like, but we shared with you. Would you be cool and share with us? And we're like, nah. I don't think
And we
we
built
will
an-
be.
We built
so
an
you're
oil
going over
pipeline
to
directly through the
university,
elven heritage.
correct?
Yes,
How are you going about?
it was
Very
it was a
convenient.
good bit though.
I
Yeah,
do want to say real quickly, thank you for the very good impression of Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Canada doesn't have any issues with their native elf populations.
No, not at all. But yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Let's see. What was telepathy again? I want to say it's divination.
It is.
So I'm gonna go look for the resident divining rod, or whatever his name is.
All right. And
you know.
what are you hoping to accomplish, or what do you
I-
want to speak to them about?
I'm gonna talk to them about arranging to. Well, I'll ask if they can cast the spell, because I'm assuming because I'm just a huge nerd and I know about all these different magics even that I can't cast. Be like, hey, we're gonna prepare this thing probably in like a week's time. You know, and if I pay you, would you be willing to cast this on us? And you know, and be like, and also that is the fair point. Confirm for a fact that telepathy going onto a plane that might have variable distance factors involved will in fact work, because that's not something that that my character knows.
Well, you are able to find someone who is sort of the resident expert in divination. They tell you once you wait for their class to come to a conclusion, and the students who actually talk to their professors after class instead of just immediately running for the door to get the fuck away, tells you that for a fee that he would cast the spell on you if that's something you were interested in. As soon as they see the pen, there's not nearly as much hesitation.
Yeah.
And as for the question regarding the variable distance, their answer is that generally the magic is going to function in a way that it's going to reflect the place that you're in. It's going to follow the same rules no matter what.
Sweet. All right. Yeah. And I'm just like, I'm glad that I have such a brief, query, and here's what our time looks like. I guess we're on oh gosh. Now when I need the what day it is, I've got the calendar closed already. So yeah, I just arranged for it like the next week. And I'm like, if I'm like, how schedules fluctuate. I was almost gonna say they fuck around, but yeah, I'm like, I'll let him know if there's any changes, and hopefully we can still do it if so.
So you actually don't find them during class. You actually find them at their residence, I suppose. Whatever, it's a place they live on campus. Because it's Sunday, so obviously class would not be in session. And 6 days from now would be Star Day, which, once again, is not a day that you work on, so there wouldn't be any kind of, restrictions or restraints or anything like that.
Okay. And, what is it, I guess the one more thing, the Columbo that I hit them with, is, does the campus, would they get pissed off? I'll let him know I'm like, I have a new spell. Hi. Would they get mad if I went in there and taught that to people who were willing to learn it? Or
the answer is, well, the academics on campus probably wouldn't care as much, but I'm quite certain that the administration will be rather unhappy that unauthorized individuals were teaching on the campus for free, in dangerous and otherwise untested magics.
Well, it is definitely tested. I know I'm not the only subject. So
if you want to talk to somebody about perhaps teaching some individuals here, you're going to want to find Headmaster Petunia Undertaker.
All right then. Thank you. I'll go in to talk to her. Also glad that at least there's a possibility of accepting such an idea.
You are able to find them not on campus. As headmistress of a university, she has a home nearby-ish, probably about north and west, closer to Luttendorff Palace. But not, obviously, not a manor house like that. You go to the door, you knock, a servant, probably maybe the only one considering the size of the house, answers the door, asks what you're looking for. I'm sure you explain.
Yep. Give him the rigmarole. Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to care one way or another. There's all right, I'll run it past them, I suppose. I guess you can come in and just,
Mm-hmm.
They let you inside. Like I said, the house isn't grand. It's definitely bigger than a lot of people. Definitely bigger than the house that you grew up in. But
mm-hmm.
it's not a manor house by any regards. So the foyer that you're standing in is about the size of a closet, really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They turn, climb the stairs that are like almost adjacent, heading upstairs. They're going for a little bit, but you hear somebody like, not right after that, like you coming down the stairs very quickly, and then you see a woman, a girl, not sure the age, probably, I mean, definitely an adult, but they're a halfling. They come over to the railing and look at you. Give me a wisdom check, because I don't fucking know what to quiz this on, and there ain't gonna be no way that you as a player are gonna remember this.
Sure.
Yeah, you remember who this
It's-
person is. You met them at least on one occasion when they were performing in Innsbruck.
Oh. Hi.
I thought I recognized that voice. Why are you here?
Oh, I was, just wanting to peddle my, my magic, so to speak.
Are you here to talk to my mom?
Mm. Oh, she's your mom.
Yeah, I finally got tired of having to... Well, not I got tired of it. More like Ma got tired of it, me being away from the city so long and actually being out and doing things. And she made me come back here, and so I guess I'm back here, and I'm not sure what the hell I'm going to be doing here, but... I don't know, it's interesting that somebody actually know it finally shows up. That's new.
Yeah. Well, how long have you been back?
Like a couple
We just got
weeks.
into town. Oh, yeah. We were just in last week or so. Or maybe it has been a couple weeks at this point. Oh.
Okay, well that's... I mean...
Very
it makes
busy.
sense why I don't run into anybody, considering how big this city is compared to Innsbruck.
Yeah, we've had some business that's taken up a lot of our time, so I'm sorry that our paths didn't cross sooner, but glad to say hello all the same.
Oh yeah, and it's like she gets kind of... And you hear somebody coming down the stairs and just hear a sterner voice say, Petal, why don't you go upstairs and stop bothering the visitors? Oh my, I can't... Just go, honey, I'll talk to you later. And she's...
Oh, it's not a bother. We've met before, actually.
You do see a woman, definitely older, but the resemblance is very obvious. Kind of looks to her and looks to you and says, I'm not sure if that bodes well or not, but... Well... And Petal's like, alright, fine, I'll leave you guys later. She, like, points to you like there's one of these and says, you know where I live now, so...
Mm-hmm. I'll let Daxius know, too.
Cool beans. And just turns and, like, runs up, like, you know, does that quick step up the stairs.
I don't think she knows Daxius' real name.
Oh.
I'll let
Nice.
random person know you're here. Cool.
Her,
I don't know why, but okay.
her mother, Petunia Undertaker, just kind of does one of those, like, I can't believe we're related, kind of looks up the stairs, and then turns around and says, please, we'll have a seat. You all again?
Oh. Yeah, sorry. I look down like I'm about to take a seat, and then I'm like,
There's a withdrawing
Fernix.
room, like, right past you.
Fernix Foppenhaus.
Ah, well. I can tell that you're not a wizard, considering your mode of dress.
No. And, just sort of wave my, my tail up behind me. I'm, still a follower of Vase, although, well, I'll let you know if there's any changes there.
Right.
But that, yes, I did want to get straight to business just in case, you know, you wanted to enjoy your weekend or whatnot. Not that I, not that I have a lot of experience doing this, so I'm sorry I still have a bit of, I'm a bit tongue-tied, so to speak. How is the? I was told that the University of Lunabrook would be acceptable to the teachings of magics that are newly developed. That being said, I was told that I should talk with you first
Well,
if I
yes.
was to want to facilitate that. Yes.
She does lead you into the withdrawing room. It's like right off the floor and sits you down. We do have
Yeah.
a research institute on the campus. There are individuals who are of a mind who wish to both learn and to demonstrate perhaps not as widely practiced magics, and you are a cleric belonging to Vase then?
Right.
And where do you preach out of?
I don't. I'm a, well, until recently, I had been traveling and simply providing magic to those that needed it.
Ah, well. I might be able to turn you towards a group of individuals who practice on the campus under one of the main buildings. I cannot promise that it is the largest audience, as some of the magics that they demonstrate are dangerous, to say the least.
Right.
It will, at least be an outlet for that, depending on the interest of other more experienced wizards and sorcerers. You might find an interest in those who wish to categorize and record some of the magics that you are demonstrating, but I cannot unfortunately guarantee that.
Yes. I, have done a fair amount of thaumatological research myself, so as part of the development I was intending, and seem to have at least made it accessible for both the arcane and divine schools of thought, so to speak.
Right, I'm sorry, I can't place that accent. Where did you say that you studied?
Oh, I'm from Allenburg originally.
Ah, that's why it sounded like a bit of a distant Bulgarian accent. Yes.
Mhm. Yes, as a port town, so I think my my father picked up the common accent, and just some of it trickled down to me, so to speak.
Of course. Well, here, I'll tell you where to go. And she, begins to explain that there is, like, an area behind one of their major buildings where, like, a group meets. They at least have a use of an area there near a lake, like a small lake that's on the property, which hopefully that should narrow it down for you as a both a player and as a character in order to find. Says that they seem to meet on moon days and sometime oath days, depending on the schedule, usually in the evening.
Great. Yep, let's get the approximate time for her, and then I'm like, okay, I'll ask her, would you like me to run through the spell from the top, and then I assume get into intricate detail if necessary,
Well,
but stuff we already know.
you can if you want. I'm not going to say that I'm able to follow it. I am a natural philosopher myself, not a wizard.
Ah. Well, it does sort of... It does involve some philosophical pinnings, I suppose.
Then I shall at least entertain it. The University of Lunabrook is not necessarily a magical academy. We leave that to Catabraxi, generally speaking. But we do have a,
Right.
perhaps not venerable, but well-respected program on the campus.
Excellent. Well, I have gone through a lot of time developing this spell, so I definitely hope that my use of the weak force is prevents any college kid shit.
One would hope so.
Mm-hmm. I've really done my utmost, I assure you. I'm always in need of it myself, so...
So,
Anyway.
I guess, yeah, I was gonna say, you go over, like, what are you discussing? What are you going over? What are you sharing?
Yeah, just like how the spell works, so that if some shit gets exploded by some magic that people didn't know, and they were like, your spell did it, and I'm like, fucking how? Explain what you did wrong to make not even fire, like, explode something. Just, because unless you're like, hey, my inner self, my anima, is just a big old nuclear explosion, I can't see how that would have come to pass.
What spells are you intending to demonstrate?
Oh, I was like, just the Astral Limb was the one that I was going over, but I would also be willing to teach the Serpent Shadow Shelter spell.
Well, considering what it does, Miss Undertaker definitely does not seem to be taken aback by any of it. She actually seems kind of relieved that it's not the exploding kind. As you definitely get the idea that, like, there was definitely a look on her face, and then, Petal talking to you, diffuse that a little bit, and then, seeing that you're a cleric, brought that down a little more, because generally clerics aren't the boomy, let's destroy everything in our path kind of people. So, it's like, oh good, we're not going to have any lightning chuckers over here, just,
I imagine she's probably had a lot of people be like, oh, I created this nifty spell. It's called Explode Person. Can I teach it?
No!
I have this new spell.
Teach it to all the level 1 sorcerers. But yeah, and I'm like, I basically work it around to be like, it's sort of like the Mage's Mansion spell, but tinier, and you need a door. So I'm like, yeah, I don't suppose it's that, like, everything the world will be fundamentally altered by the existence of these spells, but I hope that maybe they're useful. So
I cast Section 8 housing.
Terrible.
Wonderful.
Yeah, the Section 8 housing only lasts for 10 minutes a level.
Imagine,
Sounds
I don't know,
about
like,
right.
how expensive is a permanency spell? Or
It depends on the thing.
Probably
I looked
usually-
over it, and they seem fairly expensive.
It was-
Usually it
some of
starts at
them-
about 2,500.
Yeah, it would
Yeah,
be
some of
cheaper
them
to
are
just
pretty
build
expensive.
a house.
Yeah.
If you have like a building where it's nothing but doors, because you don't need rooms, and you just cast that spell on each single one of them to make apartments. And all I'm thinking is, it would be cheaper to just build a fucking apartment building.
Yes. I wouldn't be nearly as silly.
But either way, she
I
seems
think
to be
it's
rather agreeable to this, so...
Cool. Well, that's about it. Yeah, I thank her, and I'm also like, if there's other stuff that you need from me, I'm just like, I'm just aching to talk about all magic bullshit, like, all the time, basically. So.
And I think you shall find a good home amongst those who practice on the campus. They're an unusual bunch.
Been meaning to stop by. But, yes, I do think that's everything that I had, so, I vastly appreciate your time and, your consideration as well.
Certainly. Well, the university would definitely appreciate your contributions to the academic pursuit.
Good. And much obliged for the openness to collaboration compared to what I'm used to in Allenberg.
I guess and she does actually not feed you, but she does offer tea. It's
Oh,
tea. It's fine. It's
I
like
will.
it tastes like tea.
Yeah,
Um,
I make sure to work in a comment about a bunch of fireball burned wizards having to get patched up and like get done healing them, and then just another group shows up, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Don't teach them in a fucking enclosed room. What is wrong with you?
That is thankfully why we have two very large, very populated temples adjacent to the property, as well as the Talon Company runway, for when wizards decide they want to practice spells which allow them to float, and then they don't come down.
Oh.
Or teleport onto roofs, and then can't get down.
Yeah.
Or into a
That's
tree
close.
and then can't get down. Wait, these are all cats.
No, the
Yeah,
last
or
one,
turn into-
That's your clothes.
the last
Turn-
one was
turning-
Catfolk, and they were high on pot.
Ah.
They
It wasn't
thought
that
they
couldn't
cast a
get down, it's
spell.
that they thought up was down.
Wow. That's it must have been some strong stuff.
Alright, and she
But
leads you
Yes,
out, and
and-
yeah.
have a good one. And thank you for the tea.
Of course. Nice of you to drop by. And she slowly closes the door, just kind of going back to business. And yeah, you're there for maybe like an hour at most.
Cool. Yep, and I'll probably head to the chapter house after that.
All right. What does everyone else do in this time?
I've got a couple things, unless somebody else wants to go first.
You can go ahead.
Very good. So very, very, very short research session, if possible. Literally just looking for. So Madame Carrington listed a few different types of creatures that we might expect to see inside of the Dream Realm. Main goal is I'm trying to figure out what like spells, potions, scrolls would be good to help counteract that. I'm thinking mostly things like a line weapon or protection from yada yada yada. So I'm not doing like a full research session to try to figure out and be able to identify what each creature is, but trying to get a general sense of like, basically, should I be buying scrolls of protection from evil or chaos or law or whatever, and then that sort of idea.
Then give me a knowledge planes.
Sure. And actually, before I do that, I'm gonna cast a spell because it will give me a slight buff.
Okay.
And then that's 10 minutes per level, so I imagine it's enough time.
Yeah. Okay. Generally speaking, most of the creatures that are going to be encountered are usually either chaotic or evil. The two that she definitely did mention, the Night Gaunts, are chaotic neutral. They, you do find these seem to be a bit attached to information related to the Dreamlands, Dreamscapes, and thus to, well, a lot of other shit that exists in the Dreamlands. I think Daxius, the book that you have, will go into that in pretty decent detail.
What about my book?
Probably as well, but maybe not nearly in the same academic way. Kind of in the rambling, batshit insane, 10 different generations of wizards building on top of the previous one, seeming to circle around the same answer, but never really getting to it. Nothing's notated. Half the time there aren't even periods, and sometimes the words aren't even separated by spaces. So yeah, night gaunts are chaotic neutral.
The tickle attack.
What a strange fucking ability. Yes. They also have a like a plus to try and
It's,
grapple you, and they're kind of immune to a lot of things that require specifically like facial features, eyes, nose, mouth, ears, because they don't have them.
It was an old joke from, I think, like a Call of Cthulhu, like bestiary or monster manual. It's supposed to be tackle, but they type tickle. And so the night gaunt tickles you to death and does like 30 damage.
Oh yeah, it does. That literally is what it's more or less making fun of. Yes.
Mhm.
Fucking bizarre. Yeah. That. The other Shadow Mastiff is honestly kind of just a very large. It's almost like fighting a dire wolf. One that is able to instill the fear of into other people through its howl. It is neutral evil. Hags might be a little more difficult because there are a lot of them, like a lot of different, not a lot of hags. I'm sure there are a lot of hags, but there's a decent amount of types of them. You were at least told that, or remember through research, that the hag that Scrabblebones is a night hag. Which thankfully that at least narrows things down. Hags are evil just by nature. Sometimes they're chaotic. Night hags are generally considered to be neutral. You do learn a few things doing this research. No, they cannot fly. That is not an ability that they have naturally. Although, as pretty powerful spellcasters, maybe some of them know it. Two things that you do learn that might be of interest is that they are able to kind of sap and kill people by taking them in their dreams, which doesn't that sound familiar? And it feeds into an object that is called a heartstone. Basically a very valuable jewel that they have with them at all times. I don't think it's something. Yeah, they can't. Okay, yeah, they're tied to it. A lot of their abilities are tied to it, but separating them from it won't kill them or hurt them in any obvious way. If they lose it, they just lose a lot of their spellcasting abilities. Other than that, yeah.
Okay. That is the bulk of what I was looking for. Other than that, probably just some shopping.
Okay.
Might need to ask Fernix about something, provided there is enough time.
Yeah. I'm sure your research maybe takes about as much time as it is for him to go do his thing. Shopping, as long as it's not something like really bizarre, you're gonna be able to find it, no problem.
Highest thing there is probably going to be a third level scroll.
Yeah,
So,
no,
I don't-
you're fine. Like,
I wasn't concerned.
okay. All right. The other two, what are you doing during this time?
Well, I kind of wanted to have us figure out where we're going to do the ritual. Because that seems like a pretty important detail.
We were told that the ritual needed to be performed on the edge of the Nightmare Zone, so probably somewhere, obviously somewhere in Bridgefront, but I would imagine that's basically the opposite side of Bridgefront from where the ritual was performed, which is the estate. I would assume so. It's going to be something that Melia probably has more information about, since she's the one that's been making regular trips.
I would say after about a day's worth of study for you, Barry, your character will get a lot of the details that you will need to know in order to perform the ritual. At least details like related to how you can plan things.
Okay. So we'll say tomorrow I'll go about doing figuring out a good spot.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to them, really, up to you and them. Daxius, that leaves you. Unless, Barry, you had other things that you were going to do?
No, I think he's mostly studying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to you after going back with Fernix, like, hey, you need me? It's a yes or no
Me?
question. Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking to someone else.
No, I'm talking to you, Sven.
No, I should be fine. For
Sure?
now.
Double sure? Alright.
Perhaps tomorrow I'll have.
I don't even let you finish. I walk away.
Alright, goodbye, Daxius. Goodbye.
I beeline right to Natari. Wherever the fuck she is, probably just starting to drink or something.
Well, it's at least afternoon, so, you know.
She's probably at least 2 drinks in. Okay. Still functional.
Yeah, no, she's, like, definitely not, like, drunk or anything like that. She is drinking, but she doesn't seem to be even, like... She's not nearly as drunk as you would expect her to be.
I'm just going to, just sort of stare at her for a minute. Almost as if judging.
Mm-hmm. She just seems to be, like, kind of, like, staring, like, off into the middle distance. It's almost, like, deep in thought, but you have no idea about fucking what.
I'm gonna wait for her to finish until she looks at me.
I mean, she's sitting at a bar, so you're probably standing behind her.
Oh, I assume she's at a table or something. Yeah, I'll sit beside her then.
After you sit down, she, like, blinks and is like, what? Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Enjoying your week of booze cruising, more or less.
She, like, looks to the lager in her hand and says, this qualifies as booze cruising?
No, but I'm just shooting the shit.
Okay, did something happen, or...
Yeah, a lot happened. Do you remember the conversation we had on the ship multiple times over the course of 2 weeks?
Mostly.
About getting our act together, doing some good in the world, all that good shit.
One, yeah.
Yeah. Remember how that basically fell apart after like 2 days being in the city?
Oh, because, that guy went and threatened that guy on the boat, and, like, he ended up pissing off a bunch of people, and then there was that time, apparently somebody published, like, a story in the newspaper and caused a hanging?
Oh, that was Grugamesh, yeah.
Yeah. That was funny, wasn't it?
The most morbid way. Yeah.
Yeah. Fucked up, man. Bravo,
Fucked
fucked up.
Yes, absolutely. He's alive, though, so I have no qualms joking about it.
And the best part is he's not here to defend himself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyways, I'm assuming we're not reminiscing.
No. I want to get serious about all that. I was trying to be serious with you before, and I don't think the message got across with you. I didn't leave the people over in Innsbruck for nothing. I didn't bring us over here for nothing.
I mean, half the reason I didn't take a lot of it serious is... Come on, Dax. Half of the fucking ideas that you come up with, you abandon after a week anyways.
I know, but this is different. It doesn't matter. There are people dying that I can save, Natari. I know you don't give a shit, but I do.
Not really. You're an adult, and I'm not your mother.
Well, I'm asking for your help. Because I need it.
Help doing what?
We have someone in the basement who knows.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I forgot
guy.
about him.
Yeah, William. Or whatever his actual name
Who
is.
cares?
Who fucking cares? Whatever the case, William, he was part of Barvasi's band. And he had some connections to the cult. Barvasi's band and the cult are both... Well, a lot are being arrested, some are in hiding. What I want to keep people from getting arrested or dying or having anyone with a target on their back getting out of the city or at least out of the dream area, if we can. We might be able to only find 3 people, but if I could find even 3, success in my books.
When we find them, we open their throats?
Not this time. We find them, put them on a ship, we sail them the fuck out of here. Wherever the fuck they want to go, I don't care. It's somewhere out of the city.
Why?
So they don't die, so they don't have to go to jail, so they can try again, have a second chance.
Since when did we give a flying fuck about what other people, that do shit like that, do with their own lives? I mean, don't get me wrong. Fuck the guards. There's a reason why there's only a song called Fuck the Guards. But...
Fuck the guards coming straight from the underground.
But... Isn't there a saying about honor among thieves?
Yeah, that there is none.
No, that it's expensive as fuck, so nobody can afford it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
I know.
forgive me if I'm having a bit of a tough time coming to grips with...
This... You know that my goal from the beginning was to make a difference. Whatever way. Put my name out there into the world.
I mean, most
Some
of that
name.
difference was like robbing people and killing people and
Yeah, back then I
setting
didn't give a
things on
shit.
fire. Sometimes all
Yeah.
at the same time, which is always fun, triple whammy. That trip.
Oh, it is. I quite miss it. I'm going to miss it a lot, actually. But I know you don't like the gate crashes, but ever since I met them, my life has been turned upside down. It's like ever since the one night where I tried to, I told you all about it with Vic,
Yeah, about the, and him.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm
Ever
kind of
s-
on his side. Don't tell him I said that, though.
No, I won't.
I don't want him to have the pleasure. Not that I'd ever know it. It's not like the son of a bitch can smile. He's a statue.
Oh yeah, I've tried. It's impossible.
But anywho,
It's like ever since that moment, my entire outlook has changed. Like it's not like they say in the storybooks where you go on some hero's journey. Everything was just in a different color all of a sudden. Can't force you to see it that same way, but you know better than anyone how shit it is. We know better than anyone. Us, the Enigmas. Our crew knows better than anyone what it's like to be one of them, desperate, in need, with nowhere else to turn. Hell, half of them, they only follow me because they have nowhere else to go. It's the same reason they were in the cult. They had nowhere else to go. They had no one else. And now that cult has exploded, and now they're either going to jail or trying to get out of jail, or avoid getting imprisoned, or avoid dying.
Yeah?
I know what that's like firsthand. We all do. And I think I'm tired of watching it happen to other people. I'm tired of picking up stragglers and just picking up the pieces and doing barely anything to help. I want to make an actual fucking difference. Yeah, sure. Maybe they're not the greatest people. Maybe they're not. Maybe they don't deserve to get help. But maybe I don't give a fuck about that. Maybe these are lives, and I'm tired of watching them be thrown away.
Alright. So we're, saving humans now, all of a sudden, so... Whatever. I ain't making promises. You know how places like that are.
I know. I'm not expecting anything, to be honest. But I can't do this without you.
How long have we known each other?
I think about a year more now.
It feels longer than that.
Year and a half, maybe. Time's weird.
I don't feel nearly as
Why?
pissed off about a lot of things anymore.
Definitely an improvement from when I first met you.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
where I
Louis-
would have stabbed somebody in the eyes over a shitty card hand? Yeah, no, I feel great about that.
You stabbed me over a shitty card hand.
You were cheating, you fuck! Like, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'm not justifying it. But I am. So also kind of fuck you, but moving on now.
Yeah, fuck you too.
I don't know. I'll see what I can do, and I'm probably not going to be happy about it, but maybe I'll feel better about it tomorrow. I don't
Oh,
know,
this
things
isn't
are
just a
fucking
tomorrow
weird.
thing. We have 6 days. And we're getting the whole crew, me included, on this. We're getting the whole
Enjoy.
crew back together. And we're gonna do it as we did it before. Because we were able to break in to the fucking Deep Gold Clan Bank. If we
Oh,
can do
yeah.
that, we can
What
do
a
this.
fond memory.
Yeah.
Let's hopefully, I don't want to compare it to that, because, you see, that started pretty good.
Yeah. We both know what happened. The fact of the matter is that together, despite our weaknesses as individuals, together we were able to do something great. We were able to get inside a near impenetrable place.
Alright, whatever. I'm gonna round them up, and she just, turns around, the two that are here, one is, half asleep on the table, and the other one is, might be reading something, but has their arm around it so they can't see them reading something. Well, they're not doing anything, so, take the kitties out for some exercise. I'll get the leash. Leash is.
I'll come with you.
Alright, whatever. She just leaves the half full glass behind.
I
Fuck.
let her. I see that. I grab it. Ugh, put it back down. God damn it! Just turn away.
Alright. So you're probably gonna be out the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess he did tell you when so the dinner is at 6, so that's all you need to know.
I'll be back for that.
Alright. So, you head out, and somebody amongst your crew give me a track check.
A track?
Alright.
Is that not survival?
Yeah, I guess that would be. I'm kind of mixing it up. So let's go with,
I
yeah.
mean, for what it's worth, I have the trek feature.
Oh yeah,
You're out.
I think
You're out.
Barry does too.
Actually,
I don't think.
I hate that I'm like researching like two bullshits at the same fucking time. Because now I'm getting shit mixed up. Let's find it.
Well, I don't think any of us have any skill points in survival. Wait, hold on. I
Yep,
forgot
I
about
do.
Othis. I'm at my career.
Sven does.
Oh,
Maybe you
no,
should go back
Othis
and get
does.
Sven.
No, I have one.
I've got a 10 in survival. or
1.
13, if you count the track.
Othis has a plus
we'll do
9,
survival,
so I'll
okay.
try that, and if that doesn't work, I'll try pleading for your help. I have 6 days to do this, so we'll see how this goes.
Alright, yeah, give me a survival.
Ooh.
Okay. Just I know you guys are doing other things, so I don't want to take up your guys' time as well. Hey,
Damn, okay. We'll come back to
take
that.
those. Absolutely. That's gonna probably take a while.
Yeah, it will. That's probably basically going to take the rest of the day.
Yeah. Or honestly, I was expecting it to take the fucking rest of the week.
Fair enough. I mean, I can basically count that for like your performance over the week. I shouldn't because it probably should be by day.
Well, I can
but
roll multiple times if you want. Either way.
If you want to do it now ahead of time, just give me 6,
Sure.
and then I can just sort of give things as is necessary.
I'll do 3 for now, and then 3 days in, maybe I might ask Vic for help.
Okay. Fernix, you return to Bannerhome, reasonably successful, and you find that Daxius, his crew, are not there. Sven, I think you left him up in his room, and yeah.
Okay. And go pester Ters. Maybe.
The Minotaur at the bar, which thankfully isn't nearly as busy, tells you that Ters is actually back in the quad.
Okay. Outside?
Yeah, the quad that's between the building. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well, go in to see what he's doing. I don't know.
You walk out and you see him. He's sitting at a bench, speaking with Oliver. He has a paper, like a book or something in his hands, and he's kind of taking notes. From where you emerge, you can see that obviously the human is talking, whereas Ters is kind of just like listening and writing with the one hand. And
Got it.
as you walk over, you're able to over, because it's pretty peaceful here. There's not a lot of people, not a lot of activity going on. You just hear, yeah, we had to pass through something like that. Nothing but blackness, nothing but darkness. Sounded like a storm was going on. It was like on the other side. There were things, actual things, out in the clouds, roiling around. And with that, we're going to take a break. So, give us like 10, maybe 15 minutes, and we will come back to that.
Alright.
See us then. See you later.
Bye.
Alright, and we're back. Got a nice little break. Conversation. Some real fun shit.
Me yelling about job stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, work is always fun. I guess is a word I can use. It's not a word I want to use, but I guess it's the word I'm gonna choose.
It has
It
the least
makes
amount of
some interest-
syllables.
Yeah.
It's the most politically correct way of putting it.
I guess. Well,
Because here at Rough Rolling, we love to be politically correct, right, guys?
Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
Project Zomboid music I'm hearing?
And this happens every
Sure.
time. So I think so too.
so
I still want to know if it is. I never got a
it's
confirmation.
not.
Okay.
Promise it isn't. Promise it fucking isn't.
I swear to God it is.
It sounds really familiar, right?
Alright,
Anyways.
what is it called? It's called Dawn's Light?
Or Outlaw.
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 They're
There's
both
no
planes.
way I'm gonna find this.
No.
Good
So,
luck.
before we went to break, I know some people were out doing some things. Fernix, you had come back. Saw basically everyone was either busy or had fucked off. You went out into the quad where you saw that Ters is speaking with Oliver. He's the RAF pilot. Presently sitting. He's actually, you've noticed that since he's got here, he's no longer wearing his like flight suit. He's wearing kind of clothes that like
Okay.
locals would wear. He seems to be healthy again, especially after having that thing pulled off of his leg.
Yeah. This seemed like the kind of thing that, you know.
Yeah, that
Well,
would fuck
wanted-
somebody up.
Probably. Yeah. I probably don't want to advertise that he's from a parallel dimension either.
And as you crossed over the quad, you heard him speaking about something. You watch his Ters like writes a few things down like on a piece of paper that you actually see is laid inside the book. He picks it up and like switches through a few pages and kind of leans it towards Oliver and says, "These seem familiar at all?" And the human leans forward, kind of, I don't know, as what I was able to actually see, I only caught through flashes of lightning, or the roll of thunder rock the canopy. I can say though that sometimes saw things silhouetted against them clouds, broken cities, things that look like they came out of storybooks, kinda very old and very mean-spirited. The Odie folk kind of just leans back, kind of gives a hum, which I figure is about the time when you are visible, and like he catches you out of the corner of his eye from under his hat, and he's like, "Oh, well, welcome. Just having ourselves a bit of a conversation about some, well, things I feel like you're of the few people." He looks back to Oliver, and we can actually make privy to.
Mm-hmm. Sorry to listen in, but it did sound rather interesting, so.
Covering some of the pertinence between traveling from wherever it is he came from to, well, here. Give a bit of insight on the monster, yeah, the monster that came out after him. Well, him and Eric were out in that field.
Right. Yeah, we still hadn't tracked that down.
Oh,
Not that it seems like tracking would help.
well, that lady that came and spoke to us, she took care of the quote-unquote dragon problem. So I'm certain why they've left me and myself and Arid here, but she says that they would come back in due time. And considering it took me a little bit of time just to regain my health, I'm not complaining.
Wait, the dragon problem or the dragon that you came in on?
The lady shrank the plane to something and put it in a pocket somehow.
Oh,
I'm
it
I've
really
grown a
does
bit
make it
numb to a
magical.
lot of things that have happened here, and I'm just going to go with it. Yes.
It underlying principles of doing that do make sense. I assure you. Just
I'm
probably
quite
not
certain
the.
to you. Yes. Well,
Yeah, I suppose explaining it might be a bit superfluous. But it's should be secure there, just very small.
I'm sure to make as much sense to me as it would for me to explain to you the workings of the radial engine inside my plane, so I'd like to just simply avoid it entirely at this point. Well,
Right.
all I know is that traveling from there to here, it was like flying through space, I suppose. Clouds and things that you definitely see roiling around in it. Things that really didn't have a lot of shape and yet moved all the same. All I can say is I don't want to go back there, but something tells me if I wish to return home, and God above knows that I do, I'm probably going to have to pass the other way.
It
He,
seems like the most likely course.
He leans back, or like relaxing a bit, and Ters kind of turns around and hands the book towards you. It's a book on the planes that the other kind, ones that exist outside of our realm.
Oh, well, thank you.
You take the book. It definitely looks like it's something that's been used rather lovingly over the years, and the paper that's on it has notes seeming to chronicle what he has said. Wow, that cat does not want to sit down. No.
No. As somebody's going crazy. Yeah.
And the notes seem to catalog most of what Oliver has been talking about, with a conclusion of that most likely he passed through another plane of existence in order to get here, kind of like acting as a connector, with the words Dark Tapestry underlined and then question marked.
Wait, not that. I do suppose it's... So if... I get too often the reads here, feel free to let me know. May as well just strap an angry cat to my wrist about, the same sort of result there, but the Dark Tapestry being the external portion of not our material plane, but this what's the term for it? Sphere?
Plane, sphere, kind of works out the same in my opinion. But yes, I'm thinking my knowledge of the planes isn't perhaps the best, but considering my experience, I'm thinking there's only a few people who might know a little more than I do in town here, and one of them is an asshole. So, I'm thinking that unless somehow we pass through maybe a plane that we're not as familiar with, that he must have passed through the space between spaces. Oliver just kind of shrugs, like those are obviously just words.
And
Would
that is...
explain some of the thicknesses which came with, and the fact that, well, we've run a few tests on that thing we took off of his legs, and all I can say is that it definitely is not of the material plane. He kind of looks all over our world as opposed to he looks back to you somewhere else. It's not hellish. Sure, it certainly isn't celestial, and it doesn't really line up with anything from one of the planes of air or fire or something like that.
Yes. I've heard that the deep shadow plane could have entire civilizations that we've probably never made contact with. Just for food for thought.
The other possibility is coming from actually within the dream worlds, but I don't know nearly as much about that as I'd like to, and already know more than I want to.
Well, we may be looking into that ourselves here. Come next week.
Yes, I've kept myself abreast of some of the developments that happen, but all I know is that, well, Drune's happy. All things considered, I know there was sort of a scare with some other cult, and I heard that Drune kind of went a little batty. Sent the guards out hunting, ended up turning up with nothing, which, in my opinion, is probably the best way for it to go. I don't really want to have to deal with something else like that. You know, once in a month is kind of enough for me.
Yeah. I hope not.
Plus, considering the makeup of some of the creatures that have, let's just say, made themselves known, I have been able to make myself privy to some of the notes that, the little lady came to, take care of the problem from the hidden archive, veiled archive. And,
Right, okay.
let's just say, they kind of line up with some things that, I suppose I suspect. Rhodians are my first guess, kind of chaos, primal energy, things like that. As to why they're so interested, I have no idea.
With them, it could even be a lack of interest motivating them.
All I know is that at least here in Bannerhome, seems to keep out any kind of prying eyes. For now.
Good.
I'm sorry, were you looking to find something? I'm just...
Eat the shit mostly.
Yeah, mostly that.
I just talked about teaching the spell over at the university, and, well, seems like tomorrow night's the best bet, so...
Well, I guess hopefully that goes well for you. Never wanted to be much of a teacher myself. Somehow I ended up doing administration instead.
Oh, I hate teaching. That's why I would
You'll love
rather
it
just...
there. Most of the professors do. Hate
Yeah.
teaching, I mean, not love it there.
I would rather just go and show them the spell and then tell them to experiment, but, like... Have you been around neophyte spellcasters? They really take that to the nines.
Hopefully somebody can... Well, you can heal people, you know? Everybody really fucks
Yeah.
themselves up. You can always put it back on, usually. Yeah.
I'd really not hear about what orifices got what sort of injuries. I just slap the spell on them and then I talk over them until they go away.
Well, if anybody loses a limb, the wolves are right next door. Take it to one of their priests, and I'm sure they can,
Well, ideally, it's the if this spell causes people to lose limbs, it's going to be fairly self-sustaining, but not at all what I wanted. So I'd probably just dump it in a hole and piss on it.
Yeah, well, either way. He just kind of, like, leans back, like, rubs his forehead, pushes his hat back.
Oh, did you want one, by the way?
Today, yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
Okay. Go through that hole. that whole shtick.
Yeah. He
With the
loosens the
with the
artificial
extend.
one, and you're able to replace it. Oliver watches on to all this and just, people on my side I'm quite certain would kill for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, most definitely.
Well, I suppose even rudimentary healing magic might be another hotly contested thing.
I'm going to leave it at that at this point. It's been a long day already.
Well, if there was any way that I could make it work, I suppose I wouldn't mind sending back a few potions with you, but
I'm not entirely certain if any of them would work if we came out the other side, and that of course has to include the whole fact of getting there first. And,
Right.
Something tells me that if that were to happen, I already have one wizard coming with me.
True. And
You
seems
see,
like he'd be.
You see Ters
Hard-pressed.
roll his head back, and he's kind of like stifling laughter a bit. Like his muzzle facing upward kind of hides it.
It would be hard pressed to peel him off of you at this point, I think.
I don't know, and I don't know, I've grown quite accustomed to it. And Eric's excitable, but he means well. And he's actually brighter than I think a lot of people give him credit for. He just, well, like a couple of other people that I went to college with, very able to speak, forming words whilst doing it is generally the challenge.
True. His heart's definitely in the right place. Although, don't think that you mentioned any Tengu or the close approximation of such, so...
Oh no, and I've grown accustomed to that quietly as well. Let's just say eventually things stop surprising you. Which I'm not quite certain that would be something I've ever had to say, but here we are. Oh well, shit.
I suppose I can understand.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear. And he stands up, and you see as Eric comes out through the one door, like holding like a book in his hand, and he kind of hurries over, and Oliver meets him, like kneels down and like embraces him, and he kind of like looks to everybody. What I miss?
Oh, not too much. Discussing the trip over.
Oh yes. Yes, doing some research in on that. Trying to work out going the other way, but let's just say that divination and summoning magic aren't exactly my forte, and well, kind of working on something that we don't really have much experience with. And he like hikes the book up a bit. You definitely know that Tengu are kind of like, they're generally not nearly as strong as a lot of other ancestries, and their feathers kind of hide their lack of bulk.
I do know a thing or two about summoning myself. If you think it might have been that.
Eric shakes his
just
head.
have magic.
Turris kind of gives a shake of his as he lets it hold back, but he doesn't say anything. Eric simply says, "Wish I knew." I guess that's sort of why we're trying to figure things out. Honestly, I'm kind of waiting for that lady to come back. She said she was going to come and ferry us down south, and I figure if there are any answers, it'd probably be down at Port Azar.
Okay. Well, I do want to help, it's just... Well, the way that I normally help is with magic, and I don't... You'd have to summon something the other direction, right? If it originated on this side.
Well, on this side, you could just send things back. You just dismiss it. We've kind of, weirdly enough, I've kind of tried that. I didn't expect it to work, and yeah, I was right. I was right on that one.
Well, dismissing it would work if the plane was still like connected to the subject. So maybe it's not so much a case of, well, I'm thinking out loud here. If you summon something to the material plane from, say, the plane of good, then it would go back to the plane of good. But that plane is an extension of our own. But from what Oliver's been saying, it sounds like his plane was similar to our material plane. So, if that's what he's linked to, then perhaps the nature of the connection is different.
No. What I'm afraid of is that the connection was transitory and this fleeting, and now that it's gone. But
Well,
we're talking about kinds of magics that not only that I'm not experienced with, I don't even think there are people in this city that really know much about, and yes, I include him. He kind of gives a flat look over to Ters, who just kind of grumbles.
it's pretty difficult to fathom a lot of this, so.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get in to see Mercator, or maybe he'll come see us on his own. Wizards that powerful don't really work the way people think they should work. And I realize how rich that is coming from me. But I still stand by what I just said.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Well, there are ways to bring a summoned entity over permanently. Well, barring the usual interruptions. And in that case, if one wanted to travel back, then they would either need to be subject to dismissal or just walk through a gate to get there. Just if we don't have a gate that could lead there.
Yeah, I've considered looking into some of the magic related to the elf doors, but not nearly as much as you'd think, and a lot of it's pretty old, and I think that there might be some records, but let's just say when I asked some of those questions at the Catabraxi, the librarian looked at me really weird, and I didn't like the way he looked at me.
Yeah.
He then looks up to Oliver and is like, "Do you want to get something to eat?" And Oliver just kind of like, "I think I've had enough in my head. This conversation is reasonably starting to give me a headache, and I speak other languages."
Sorry.
Yes, I think after enough time, one would think that perhaps I would grow accustomed to some of this, but on my side, they're starting to talk about things like splitting the atom, defining physics in ways that how not just space works, but in time itself. And that hurts my head in a lot of the same ways.
It is a lot to keep track of, and frankly, it's too much for one person to keep track of all of it.
At least most of those studying the things I don't understand on this side don't exactly work with a genocidal nation. Ones on mine generally do. So, and he just like looks down to Eret. Eret is like a solid foot shorter than Oliver, and the bird like takes his hand and says, "We'll catch up with you later. Just we'll probably be here. Maybe we'll go out to like one of the parks and get away from here for a little bit."
That'd be nice,
Um,
I think.
good seeing you. Oh, if we learn anything, we'll let you know.
Alrighty. Nice seeing you.
Yeah, the Tengu turns and like leads Oliver away, and the way they kind of move, like, definitely feels like the people who are just a little more than friends.
Mhm.
Like Ters kind of watches him go, like the two of them go, and then like lowers his head again and says, "So I've looked into some of the notes that your friend at Innsbruck, the tiefling, left."
Oh, yes. Right, her. I totally remember her name.
No, the other one, the scientist, not the one.
Oh.
I'm
Oh,
so-
yeah. No, Jean-Luc.
Yeah, that's one. The smart one that I'm thinking is a
Oh,
little
good.
more dangerous than he likes to leave on.
I was a bit worried Atari left you something untoward.
No, I think she, Anyways. I'm thinking it's still relatively linked. And I think that he and the things that came with him are being targeted. Worse is that he just kind of like looks off, like thinking, like eyes kind of like twitching around as he thinks. I feel like it isn't a coincidence what's happening in Bridgefront versus what's happening elsewhere. You understand?
No, I don't think it can be either.
I kind of lied. I know a decent amount about the Dreamlands. They're a dangerous hellhole. Men who live there usually end up dead very quick. And the people that they call men that live there aren't. And I do mean that there are two types of things that people call men there. One of them is a monster shaped like men, and the other one are sorcerers who are just as dangerous.
Lovely.
They say there are these, entities that live there. Gods unto themselves, really. And kind of control reality. The Dreamlands also act sort of as a nexus for a lot of dreamscapes, but other planes of existence as well. If I had to guess, perhaps he and that thing did come through the Dark Tapestry, but I would not be surprised if it came through there first.
It does seem more and more likely. There's facets to astral travel, and I
Yeah.
believe that the shadow plane too. There's certain commonalities, but what Oliver said didn't really line up with either of those.
No, but what makes me think that is because the Hound of Tandalos are from there.
Oh. Oh, well, there were those murders around. We
Yes.
are almost completely certain the Hand of Tandalos did that. At
Wouldn't
least
shock
the
me.
creature that the murdered man's daughter saw looked like the one that we saw.
It wouldn't shock me. And hopefully it wouldn't shock you if I tell you that the hounds are not the most dangerous thing that could come from that plane.
I figured not. Pardon me. Yes, a lot of unpleasant things on the astral plane as well, but
Unbelievably
at least
so.
those... They usually conform to some sort of general appearance. It's a bit like having to think about fighting back against an illusion as far as what we're in for.
No, and I went over the research that Jean-Luc did into those other things that came out of those portals. I don't have an explanation for that. The things that I've read personally into the Dreamlands, places like Lang, doesn't match up with that. I'm thinking possibly Plane of Shadows or the Dark Tapestry, which is why I suggested that. The only part I really don't understand is why and how.
Yeah. If we don't know what happened, it's going to be very difficult to replicate it. And it might be something that'd be too dangerous to even attempt, now that I won't have to say that around them.
You think he's the only
Frankly,
one?
well, hypothetically, some of the objects that were brought through were targeted, right?
As he was himself, yes.
And him. So if someone had something specific in mind and they're just pulling things at random and maybe even like traveling to the Dreamlands, there's a good chance of it just ending up somewhere else.
Thrown to any of the planes, yes. If it connects at all.
It's very possible that no, he's just one of potentially more and more that could be getting yanked out of their own reality and into ours. Although that stuff he said about diseases was... Yeah.
This is sort of how I fucked myself over by getting a little too caught up in other things. Because now I'm thinking, how the fuck can we find them?
Those hounds do seem to know.
Yeah, they do. And whatever came out, that humanoid squid-faced thing, obviously did too. He said there weren't any hounds there with him. Just it.
Yes.
That's why that little gun of his managed to make mincemeat of it.
If there was a way to detect it, or maybe even... I don't know. The possibility of trying to plunge into the Dark Tapestry itself is a little too much, I think. But...
Hold on. And he turns around, like, gives like a loud whistle through his teeth. And just like lets his head hang there until you hear like a buzz. And you see that creature that you saw the first day come over the Hyrausta. And he like puts out his hand and waits for it to land and says, "Take a message to Mercator. The thoughts that I just had. Tell him it's actually important. Please." And the thing just kind of like gives a bit of a nod and then takes flight and buzzes off.
I do think that there's got to be some sort of residue or perhaps a lingering aura that's stuck to Oliver or these other objects and such. There's not really that many ways to track things.
No, but if there's a way to perhaps cover them up, it would make... Well, I'm not shocked that no one, even creatures like that, aren't stupid enough to try and teleport in here and kill people. But I'd like to, what's the word I want to look for? Dissuade it?
Yeah. Even jumping into the final round of the arena didn't seem to be too much of a risk for them.
No.
Though I don't know, I'm not made out of goop myself. At least not that kind of goop.
I don't know. I hope that I'm thinking about finding somebody who knows a little bit more than I do.
Hmm.
Tell your friends whatever you want, really. What we just told, well, what you just learned. Well, God damn it, I really need to learn to not involve myself in other people's shit.
I mean, well, we definitely could use the help.
Yeah, well, sometimes you try and
Or-
do something good and help another person, and in reality, you end up making it a shitload worse. And he just holds up
Or,
the arm that he lost. Well, I guess it's his right arm that he lost, and says,
Oh.
and then kicks his
Yeah.
leg out that's missing too. Yeah.
Do you mean like with Oliver, or?
Well, him, myself, yourself, people around us, I don't know. I'll have to look
Well-
into it. I think I'm brain dead now.
The only other bit of business I suppose I had is unavoidably grim, but if we don't make it back after a week, it's going to be possibly a really bad scenario. So,
Hmm.
I wouldn't say that if I wasn't concerned about the possibility.
Right. I suppose I'll burn that bridge when I come to it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do everything I can to not make that happen. Just not perfect. Neither are you, so don't be so hard on yourself.
No, and my magic isn't exactly very strong. Always
There's-
was better just shooting things with a bow. Hmm.
What the thing I always heard was, oh, well, you just have to learn how to use the more elementary spells, and then it won't even matter that you can't cast the more powerful one. I
Yeah, you know who
Would've-
says things like that? Assholes.
really, really liked to punch them in the face, yeah. But, I'm a bit wimpy myself, and, I'm pretty sure they would have beat the shit out of me afterwards. But,
I'll keep that in mind. I think I'm gonna go inside and I might have to prepare a few letters or pull some books. Keep yourself alive until then, I suppose.
sure. Just,
He,
Yeah,
as
I'll
he
try
rises,
to.
he, holds out his hand to take the book back.
yeah, I hand it over to him.
He, pulls the slip of paper that has the notes on it and just hands it back. Maybe show that to the others. Maybe they can... Maybe it'll help.
Right. Just, like, stares over at, Ters for a second. I suppose I, was going to wait for them around here, but I'm actually out of most of the things that I needed to do today, other than wait to see if they need help, so...
Well, I think I saw the stoic one inside. Probably start there.
Oh. I must have passed. I don't think it's the first time that's happened.
Well, if you need me, I'm gonna return to my office. It was, good seeing you. What a day.
Yeah. Well, glad to cross paths anyway. Just, well, I hope that we are able to make more progress on what we're working on, respectively.
Fair enough. He just like gives a bit of a reverse nod and then turns to go back towards one of the doors, not usually through the front, but off to the side that goes up to one of the hallways that runs the length of the building.
Yeah. I'll just make my way back inside, and he's like, I just had to say that they looked like they were cute, and nope. Apparently can't say a damn thing. It's fine.
Yep.
I'll get around to it eventually.
All right. So Daxius is going to be out with his companion. Sven, you're doing studying, which leaves the two of you together. I feel like I figure the order that you were doing your research first and then going out to do the shopping. Correct?
Sure. That works.
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking to Vic, but Sven, if you had shopping to do.
Oh, no.
Why
Yep.
did you answer?
I thought you said you two, Sven and... I thought you were talking about the research. I was like, yeah, I'll be doing research.
Yeah. Well,
Fucking Jesus.
so I've got some stuff to buy, but I'm not gonna. I'll put a list of stuff out, but it's gonna be stuff.
You don't need to run past me unless it's like something absolutely bizarre or custom. You're gonna be able to find.
No, nothing like that. I think the absolute highest might be a 4th level scroll, but
Yeah, and that's still
even
something
that-
you'd be able to find.
It's
Wouldn't be cheap,
probably
but you
not
know,
gonna. Actually, scrolls are relatively cheap.
relatively
Even
so.
the 4th level is like 700, I guess, which is not super cheap, but still. Probably, there were a few spells that I found that would be useful, but they're not all on my list. But anyway,
Okay.
did need to talk to Fernix about something at some point, but that's not like a very pressing thing. Also, slight side note, Melia's spell slots all got erased with the update as well, so
Yeah,
I just I re-went through them, added some stuff, adjusted some stuff. It's fine now.
Am I the only one who didn't have like anything happen to their character sheet with the update?
But you're a spontaneous caster.
That's
I didn't have any. Yeah, I didn't have anything break, but I did have to just like press a couple buttons and adjust some targets.
Fair.
I kind of reworked it anyway. But no, don't really have anything super important. I think we can just keep moving outside of the conversation later.
I guess we're gonna pass some time. I'm assuming is there anything that obviously Daxius, you and Sven are going to be doing your things. That the other two who are left, is there anything between now and like 5 going on 6 that you're doing specifically? Do you tell? I guess eventually you'll meet one another. So do you tell Vic about what
Yes.
you were?
Yeah, I'll fill them in and have the paper too.
I'm gonna be honest, this is all very confusing.
Yeah.
The way you described that conversation, it seems to be a common thought process.
Is tendency of magicians to get lost in the sticks on just about any topic. But yeah. as far as the connection to what we've been dealing with, the Hounds of Tindalos.
It's interesting that of all the things, it's connections to the dream world, rather than being something extra-planar, like I suppose I had originally thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, if they're creatures native to the Dark Tapestry, then perhaps they have some way of detecting things that have passed through it, or perhaps there is some kind of residue that just doesn't really scrub off.
Yes. But I suppose the question is why us, and why come after in the first place, I think. Taking orders from something, or are they running on instinct? Are they even smart enough to form coherent thought processes?
It unfortunately sounds like they are. Otherwise, they'd probably have already made some attempts on Oliver at this point.
Well, if nothing else, it seems that they're not giving up hope, which is good.
Right.
Hmm.
I don't know. There's a lot of things I hadn't considered about his circumstance, and one was the possibility that there might be others. I almost said like him, but if they got pulled from somewhere different, then maybe not. Maybe 50 feet tall and green. With, I don't know. With that many possibilities out there, it's a mind boggle. And, I have to wonder exactly what the point of it is anyway. I mean, now the dragon is dealt with, so what would someone gain by doing all of this?
It's... well, that is under the assumption that it is intentional. Could have been just some sort of nasty side effect from experimentation, or I don't know.
Then it does make me wonder at the effort with the if they are being controlled by someone, the effort with the hounds to seemingly clean up the mess or gather the things. Just what even is the point of this? One of those what were they called? The grenades, that's it. One of those probably would do some serious damage to a building, but is that worth this titanic effort? To pull people from different realities and then track them across all of creation and just pull the shit out of their pockets? It seems a bit silly, if you ask me. Unless they already managed to pull whatever they wanted out and they're just panning for gold, so to speak.
I'm inclined to think that this is not entirely intentional. I mean, if it was controlled, then I don't know how half of the things that happened would have occurred. I mean, they've got Fenrir, who's from our world, it seems, but from a different time or place. Or something. And then they've got Oliver, who's comes flying in on a metal dragon, completely disoriented and unable to be, corralled into the clutches of whoever pulled him here in the first place. And if it was intentional and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, why send the hobgoblins a expendable resource to do the basic experimentation? Seems that they're looking for solutions to a problem that we can't see, but don't really know how to do so.
Do you think maybe this is a new phenomenon?
Well, I thought at the very least the magical breach points, the anomalies, they've been maybe not common, but around for a while, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right. And I'm presuming that too, but well, if they were just trying to get rid of them, I suppose there are worse ways that one could go about it, but why would they need to experiment on something that's already been around for such a long time? Unless there's reason to do so.
And in doing so, they are not doing so directly. They're throwing out some hobgoblins to the meat point.
Yeah, just tossing shit into portals is like you would not believe the supposed intelligent people throughout history that have done exactly that. But
in this particular situation, I wouldn't exactly call it the forefront of magical research.
Yeah, it was really loud when we did that. Right, though.
Very, very strange.
I would like to help him if I can, just... Well, not really sure if it's possible. Not to mention the fact that if someone managed to make magic work in a place where it doesn't work, from this side, oh man, I have so many questions. But also, how does one summon a thing in reverse to a place where it shouldn't be able to be summoned to? That's a bit of a difficult one for me, and I feel like I should know. I want to know, but what the fuck? Seriously. It kind of just spits in the face of years and years of supposed education.
You're right, but I don't necessarily get the impression that this is something we will find an easy answer to within the existing lexicon of dimensional travel knowledge.
Yeah.
We've spent, you and I and the rest of the group have spent hours trying to figure out anything relating to this situation, and I don't think we found anything close. Well,
Yeah.
that close.
Is what
It almost feels as though... Yes. It almost feels as though he simply walked through a tunnel and came out on the other side of the mountain. Except... Well, I'm not explaining this well. I don't get the impression that there was magic used directly. Like, when you're summoning something, there's very clear, formulas. Location or from a plane in 2 hours, and it's beyond me, as you can tell. But
It's honestly mostly right.
But with Oliver, he wasn't simply grabbed and pulled from the plane as if he was intended or intentionally pulled. It was from the way he described it, he was very much in the middle of something, flying this dragon thing, the plane, fighting in a war, from what he said, and moving along, and then was the tunnel, but not as though the magic effect was operating on him, but as the magical effect was just the hole through the mountain, as it was trying to say.
Mhm.
And he simply made it on the other side, so I don't know. Perhaps there's no path forward to sending him back through the traditional summoning form
Right.
of logic. But
The transportation itself is
it's wildly different.
not so simple as teleportation. And I'm not as familiar with the Dark Tapestry, but I believe I read some theory a time ago that said that it did not have any air, so I'm very glad that we didn't just happen to meet Oliver's corpse, frozen to his seat.
That would have been a
So-
very different situation.
Yes, there may be other factors involved like that would need to be accounted for. I really hope I don't have to make a spell for this one. It sounds like it'd take years.
As I don't mean to disparage you in this comment, but I think that finding a clear solution is beyond any of us at this point.
Oh, I know that for sure. That's why I've been grasping at straws and not talking to the chapter master about what I wanted to, but you know.
You know, or it is fascinating, if nothing else.
Mhm. Yes, and it did seem tangentially related, so I don't know.
Right. It's almost certainly related to something we're doing both now and with the other goals that we've been looking into.
Right. But yeah, not too much more I can think of. It was good to see Oliver again, at least.
So it's good to hear that he's walking around.
Yes. Him and why am I so terrible with names?
Eric, the bird fellow.
Yes. I'm reasonably sure that they're an item now. But you know, not trying to pry or anything. Just
Honestly, I got the impression that, you know,
he did mention if he could go back, he would take him with him, and I'm just what even would the result of that be if there aren't any more of Eric where he's going? Just yeah. So I was a bit distracted by that idea too.
I don't know.
I really hope he
Hopefully
wouldn't,
they'll-
like, poof into confetti or something horrifying.
That
Admittedly, it'd
does-
probably be more blood than confetti.
That's indeed very concerning to think about. Though if Oliver made it here without any issue, then if they can replicate the way back, I don't see why.
Yes, but humans exist here. And Oliver's... I'm reasonably sure a human. I haven't really, He described himself as a human.
Interesting that they have the same term for it in their world as ours.
Right. It's,
Interesting they speak
It
the
would just
same
be an equal
language.
translation. It's like saying people in German is Leise. Now, you probably wouldn't, use the own term in your own language when speaking somebody else's. You use theirs.
No, I was just making a out-of-character
Oh, I know.
joke.
It does make me wonder if perhaps at some point in the past all humans were sort of transplanted onto this material world by some sort of force or another, but I'm definitely not putting my camp into the ground on that one just yet. Just a very fringe possibility that I realized could be considered a thing.
Yes.
Not that I'd consider that you're an alien or something, it's just... Oh my gosh. How many times is it going to be today I say something really stupid? I wonder. I've lost count.
Don't worry, you're going to a fancy dinner with powerful people.
Oh boy.
Yes, in any case, we should probably gather up the others. It is getting to be about the time we need to head over to the Luttendorff estate.
Oh hell. Right. Do you think I should bring that to her? He does have a little bow tie.
He's the fucking mascot.
Mm-hmm.
I would be interested to see that, but I don't think he would be the best fit for the dinner. He can't actually eat, though, as much as he tries.
Yeah. I, realized what would need to happen after he ate, and decided that then that was not something that I wanted to deal with, and I am very glad that I had that foresight. Because you would probably enjoy just throwing up chewed shit all over the place. It sounds like something that would definitely have been happening, and that I would be sad about. Oh yeah, I'll figure out what I'm gonna do with the sleeves, and
Nice.
I'll have him gather them. Gather whoever. Wasn't Sven in this building?
Yes, I think he's
thought I
over
came here.
working at one of the desks in the lounge or something.
Oh, okay. I can just go over there then.
Alright.
I guess we
Reading
collect
all over.
everybody and start running.
Daxius,
Shaken. No.
based on that first roll, definitely goes pretty okay. By the time your first day ends, you were able to track somebody down. Thankfully, they live alone, so you don't need to try and talk your way past a parent or a spouse or anything like that. How you handle it is up to you. You're unmuted, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think the chapter house would be too happy if I just started stockpiling people.
We are not that kind of business. We're not even a business.
Yeah.
Please stop putting people in the basement.
Are you making human skin lampshades or something?
Maybe that's not for you to know.
Not
I
human
did-
skin.
just like based off human skin, you know, adjacent.
He brings them home for Sven to eat.
Gotta satiate that beast somehow.
The silence of the lambs situation.
No, I did forget.
Vic is just
failed to
watching in
mention-
real time as our alignments all turn to evil as we're chewing away. Just,
Anywho.
Turning alignment from good to evil, any percent's run.
Anyways,
I did fail to mention. I wanted to get. I wanted to get William as well in on this. I wanted to get his help. I was gonna have like a small interaction, but just for sake of time, just going down and saying like, "Hey, you know, be down here a while, and we no longer have any potential use for you in terms of the cult and stuff. But so if you want to go, I could arrange that ASAP as soon as you want. But I have this cool little mission of like saving people that you might want to be a part of if you're interested, that you could absolutely help with."
yeah, he'll go along with that just out of... I don't know, he just goes along with it. You're not totally certain why.
Fair enough.
Which perhaps that's why you're able to track down somebody, which the first person is a member of Barvasi's band.
Wonderful.
Basically hiding in the basement of an ale house in a bridge front, owned by somebody that the pair of them happen to know, which is why William was able to point him out. Was this is where he would have went to hide. So,
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have him settle in the room with William for a day. I'm going to get him some good food, some nice clothes. Well, nice, like nicer,
yeah, normal.
not
people
like
clothes.
rags. Yeah. Get him some drinks, have like a night of peace, and then in the morning, he's going to get shipped out on a ship.
All right. Then you make
However much that costs.
depending on where you want to ship him, whether it's down, I don't know, you're gonna send him out. I figure you're probably gonna send him down the Mons.
Likely, or Renner, or basically, I'm just gonna ask them, hey, do you have anywhere you want to go? Otherwise, I'm just gonna send you somewhere.
It makes at least the most sense to send him down the Mons, probably to Oxenberg or the Kessel. Obviously, that can run all the way to the fucking sea, but yeah, if he's only going to like Oxenberg, it's probably gonna be like 20 gold.
Okay, I would look at the map to double check that. However, I do notice something did break. I can't look at the world map or Vocarium Magna because I'm not something about a token not being visible.
Oh,
So yeah, that changed when you added visibility or token visibility to the maps,
There we go.
because we kept seeing stuff from behind the veil.
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, Oxanaberg would work just fine. But if anyone that I find ever has anything where they're like, oh, I actually have
Like a
family
yeah.
up in like Vollenstadt or something. I probably butchered that.
No, that's correct. Bonstadt.
Vollenstadt. I still butchered it. Vollenstadt. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Just let me know. Otherwise, they're all going to Oxanaberg.
Okay.
Oxanaberg. Whatever.
Yep. All right. So at least you have like a little bit of mission success.
A little bit, yeah. I would consider that a success.
Your followers definitely think this is a bit odd, but like nobody complains. Like it's very much we don't know why we're doing this, but like we're not upset to be doing it, I suppose.
Okay, that's
So,
I'm okay with that. Overall, a success.
Sven, you learned some about the ritual. You at least learned that the travel between the waking world and the dreamscape, what Caligaro is trying to make his own personal dreamland, usually is very random. It's somebody who falls into a lucid sleep, appears somewhere within that dreamscape, somewhere. The ritual, when performed within the dream, like the sphere of the dreamscape that is sort of superpositioning itself over the material plane, it will still kind of scatter you a bit, but the distance is severely limited. So if you go through at a specific place, you think it's reasonably likely that you'd be able to find each other in like under a minute.
Okay, and is there a good way to know where the spot could be? Do I learn that?
What do you mean the spot?
Well, you're saying if we entered at a certain spot, then there's a much lower chance of...
Anywhere inside the dream, anywhere inside the sphere where his dreamscape has superposed itself over Bridgefront.
Okay, so anywhere in Bridgefront should be fine to...
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I kind of get a feeling of, like, it'll be easier to find us, or we'll spawn right beside each other?
It'll be far easier for you to find each other. There are other ways that you could get into the dream world right now. Specifically, if you went to Rook's Roost and took up Asnan's dreaming device. However, that would be significantly more dangerous. It would scatter you to the four fucking winds on the other side, and... Well, you definitely get the idea that in order to deal with the Dreamstone, you need to perform this ritual there too. So you could go now, you could kill Caligaro, the Dreamscape doesn't go away. You need to deal with the Dreamstone. And in order to do that, you need the same ritual.
So, could we just deal with the Dreamstone and not kill Caligaro?
I mean, I think it would probably kill him, but the thing is, you don't know necessarily where the Dreamstone is within that. Perhaps some of the ritual will help you determine where that is.
Okay. So it might not be a bad idea.
You're gonna have to learn the ritual regardless.
Yeah. Alright.
So, 5 o'clock comes around. Everyone is able to regroup. Outfit yourself however you feel is most appropriate for this kind of a event.
Human and semi-formal clothes. Just whoop, it's there.
Okay.
I would like to go as Daxius's pet.
What are you changing, though?
Where?
Yeah, I could get you a collar, Sven.
I wear a pup mask.
Well, you borrow Lugo's pup mask.
Yeah.
I don't really have any fancy clothing, to be honest with you.
My God, we can go clothes shopping.
Oh my god, we totally can! Let's go clothes shopping. There's probably not a lot in my size, because you know, I'm a big bitch, but...
Oh my God, you're perfect. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he'll have something perfect for you.
So, out of character suggestion, there's a sleeves of many garments item for 200 gold that lets you choose whatever outfit you want whenever you want.
That's fair.
200 gold?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I can sneeze and make you one for 100 gold.
Hell yeah, let's do that.
All right.
That seems so
Let's shoot.
cheap.
I'm glad for it though, because fuck.
Well, it changed his clothes. It's not like it gives you any kind of like combat advantage.
Or bonus to disguise checks, or literally anything except for it's just flavor.
Pretty much, yeah.
You can spend 200 gold and say you have whatever outfit you want.
Yep.
rather than having to go buy the outfits.
So,
With how cheap it is, though, if it have... never mind.
so
Yeah,
you
but
could, you know, it's a
can't you buy that and mimic like a 500 gold outfit?
Theoretically,
Pretty
but
much.
there might be a... My worry is that with the cheapness of the item, some people might be able to be like, I know what you're wearing. You cheaped out, you little shit.
yeah,
I mean, 200 gold isn't cheap.
Well, no, but in terms of, like, noble
for a
clothes...
full noble's wardrobe, that is pretty cheap.
Yeah.
your signet ring or whatever you would have if you were pretending to be a noble wouldn't work though, because it's illusory.
Yeah.
But it's not like the hat of disguise is any better.
You know, you just get melted wax all over your hand.
Fuck! That symbol looks kind of funny. And is there a hair in there?
Well, I'm sure Fernix sneezes and makes you that sleeves of many garments, and you get to
What
return them
shoe?
whenever you want.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can somebody post it in
Well,
chat so
I
I can
think-
put it on my sheet?
It's a custom
Yeah.
item, but it's right there.
That should be in inventory.
Yeah. I was
maybe
like,
it
I've
is.
got one.
I thought I made it
Okay.
custom.
Wow. Hey,
Sven,
I went through the trouble of putting it in there, and then as soon as I hit enter, it's like, no, you're not
it is in
typing
the
anymore.
inventory compendium.
Oh,
would it
Well,
be
no, that's
weird
right.
if Sven, like
Yes.
his oh well, okay.
I'm sorry, continue.
Mhm.
If it was like a ton of like a lot of furs.
Terrifying.
A lot of
Maybe, like,
various.
Expensive, like albino deer fur. I don't know, something that looks
Yeah.
noble but also huntery. Because there's
Oh.
nobles.
Yeah, if you want to.
I
there's
thought you were
nobles
about to be
that-
like, clouded leopard and tiger furs and other stuff. To get other cat folk to
Yeah.
look over and be like, wait, what in the? Oh God,
Yeah.
Uncle Marv!
I'm just imagining Sven with the giant coat. Or, I don't know the villain's name of the from the 101 Dalmatians movie, but that big
Cruella
that
de Vil.
big-
Cruella de Vil.
yeah, with that big coat.
Oh, that would be so good though.
Well, you dress up all appropriately, I'm assuming, even if Sven is dressing in the skins of his fallen friends.
yeah. I come in wearing various different elf and human pelts.
Mhm. That's fashion. You have to get with it or whatever.
Yeah, I got it out of Daxius' basement.
You shouldn't have been down there.
Yeah, that pit
You're-
really smells
Yeah,
like
they're-
something.
There was a
Yeah,
lotion and some hoses. It's weird.
Just don't look behind the cabinet. If you see behind the cabinet, I have to kill you.
Hmm,
Anyway,
anyways. So,
Yeah, we go.
after that, you step out. I'm not sure if you walk or if you hire a hansom in order to get across town. I guess it probably doesn't matter other than how much time you want to spend and...
Probably hire somebody
Yeah. I guess,
reasonably.
What?
Cooper,
For,
are you serious?
sorry, I missed who we're hiring.
a hansom.
What? A hand. What's that?
Hansom. For a hackney?
They get a
Taxi. It is a horse-drawn taxi.
Ah,
But a hansom or a hackney is a type of carriage as well. Just very
Big
commonly
hansom.
used in Victorian London. As,
gotcha.
a big handsome man to carry us all there on his shoulders.
it costs you like
One of
half
those,
gold
like-
in total.
or I'll pay for it.
You arrive, you are welcomed in without too much of a problem. It's, I don't know. Has anybody here ever actually attended an event like this? And I'm not really including the event at Innsbruck, since that was sort of part of a public celebration.
I have, but not as a guest.
I'm gonna go with no for everyone else.
No, it's not very likely unless it was just sort of like filter you in here. All right, if anyone gets really, really drunk, you just cast neutralize poison on them, and that's what you're here to do.
Fair enough.
You'd
Probably
be surprised
not.
how many, at least where I come from, that's fairly common. They have a cleric on standby in every party.
There's always that one guy.
Very confusing and disorienting to be within 6 seconds going from completely blackout drunk to stone sober. Just like,
Oh, we get very visceral reactions every time it happens, yeah.
Fun.
Anyway.
Once you were inside, you definitely can see it is much busier in here. There are people moving around. You are taken off into basically a sitting room to the side, basically to give you a few refreshments to keep you, I guess, hold you over until somebody from the family comes to get you, so on and so forth. Thankfully, that doesn't last too long before you see the man that you had spoken to the previous day, Christoph, appear in the doorway and give a magnanimous welcome. I'm so glad you could actually make it.
Glad to be here.
Us too.
He... Sorry, go ahead. He brings you back out into the foyer and starts leading you back through the actually the opposite way that he took you last time, which takes you off into a pretty sizable dining room, very long, with not a huge table set at the center, but you can kind of figure that maybe it was shortened for fewer people. You see that there are a decent amount of settings already placed. Those for you, those for him, and those for at least 4 other people. He,
As we're just standing there, just go over the folks. That's for desserts. That's for the main meal. That spoon's for soups only. Just basic etiquette. Just to sort of fit in. It's really dumb, I know.
What if it's what if it's like a dressing?
I don't actually know. I think it's that fork. I just watch people do it.
Oh no. Oh, this
Bit
is
of a strange thought, but I get the impression that if Gurugamesh were here listening to you give that little discussion, he would probably have already started throwing food around.
He was stolen most of the silverware.
Yeah. He would have, wouldn't he?
But probably before he ate, so he would have to use his hands for the food.
I've seen him use his hands a few times. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Puts all the spoons in his pocket, and he has to drink a bowl of soup.
Yeah.
Maybe his, I don't know, maybe his natural
I
desire
didn't
to be
get my
accepted
spoon.
by nobles would keep him from doing that, at least until the end.
Maybe.
I didn't get my spoon. Do you think he could get me another one? As soon as they put it down, he's like, "Oh, thanks," and then they leave. Just, hey, I didn't get my spoon.
Wonder where it could have gone.
You are
It's
asked
jingling as he
to...
walks out the door.
Oh my god. Fucking Christ. After a little bit, you do see 2 other people come in. A woman, probably around the man's age, and a a younger man, probably around the age of maybe 18. Kristoff, who had been speaking with some of the servants, like I guess choreographing some of this, turns around and says, let me introduce my lovely wife, Deborah, and my son, Klaus.
This is Kristoff?
Yes, that's Kristoff, the younger, introducing his wife, Deborah, and their son, Klaus.
Pleasure.
She is I would say, good-looking, well-dressed, but has sort of a... would do well working at Merrill Lynch in the 1980s vibe to her. Or Goldman Sachs, if that's more familiar. Or Wells Fargo or Bank of America, or anybody else that screwed over Americans in that era. She's got that power woman kind of feel to her.
She would she would have the shoulder pads.
Well, the rounded ones, considering it's the era, but yes. Just not the boards like in the 80s. The son is rather plain. His hair is cropped pretty short. He's dressed okay, but definitely the kind of person that you can tell doesn't really care a lot about that. He also, it's pretty obvious that he has some nicks and cuts and bruises about his face. They don't line up with say somebody being beaten or anything that obviously, and obviously a man of his stature in the world most likely would not have that happen. Or if he did, it would be healed up magically. But she offers her hand and, thanks you for coming and all that kind of stuff. Just very pleasant, kind of a huskiness to her voice. The son doesn't say too much other than, hi, nice to meet you, that kind of thing. Smile that says, I was told I had to be here.
I meet that with an equally, I kind of have to be here smile.
After that, you do see two other people enter, both much older. Both of them are quite well dressed, but the man specifically is. And as soon as he turns the corner with the woman and almost walking with him, just turns and says, "Why is everyone standing? Aren't we here to eat?" And just does one of these, and everyone starts sitting except for Kristoff the Younger, who's let me please introduce Duke Kristoff himself. And the older man's just just does not seem very interested in a lot of the pomp and circumstance. He does walk past you and, shake hand, but it's very much we're not here to do this horse shit, we're here to eat.
Mm-hmm.
After his father goes past, the son says, my father is... And he's like this. Just... And he just turns and walks away God damn it.
As he turns and walks away, I'm just going to take this chance. Can I look over the table and whoever else in the room, there may be people, and just... Any nobles whose faces I might recognize, just from my time being in the city before, or perhaps a description that
Well, this is their family and you.
Oh, it's just their family.
Yeah, it's just.
When they said it was a get, I thought it was a
dinner.
Okay, just with us.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Never mind then.
You're not gonna say it out loud, So basically, it's a family dinner with a bunch of vagrants that their son found on the street.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of Vic is acknowledging that mentally and not saying anything.
Pretty much.
Obviously, the Duke takes his seat at the head of the table. His wife sits to his left. Their son sits to their right. To his right is his wife, and then their son, which leaves the remaining seats for you. There is one other seat at the end, which is currently unoccupied and does not there's a place setting, but there isn't like every single piece there. So it's like maybe somebody will join. Who the hell knows? There are also a decent amount of servants here, just standing in the wings. And after everybody begins to seat themselves, they come forward to fill glasses with wine and something akin to like a soup course comes out first. Yeah.
Was worried for a second. They were like, "Do you want wine or soup?" And I'm like, I didn't think that this would be an option.
You can have one, but you can't have both.
I'll drink the soup, I guess.
If you want both, they're both in the same glass.
Hey.
Jesus.
Oh no!
Oh no.
That is such a power move to have this like fancy glass and have it filled with soup.
Got like croutons and stuff floating.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
So,
Soup
yeah.
mustache.
so out of game, why are we? Other than being invited, like, why are we? Is there a goal we have here?
You
He
don't
was
know
doing
that
research
yet.
for us.
He was invited. He invited you.
Okay.
Avert disaster.
The assumption is that he might have information.
Yeah. The beginning of like, because there is conversation, it seems to be pretty light. He, asks about like experiences in the city and kind of just kind of chit chat. Not really anything serious as like the starter course is. He does mention that his father is, while he's also Duke, he is also the prince's chamberlain, so he mostly works up in the Onyx Palace. He does mention their son, the one that's sitting at the table, is one of the head engineers at the Reich Metal Cannon Foundry, and the son has to be kind of told to stop talking after he starts talking about like metallurgy and creating new items that might bring like parity between those who can cast spells and those who can't. And it's not in like a cruel way. It's very much in an excited, I get to do something important kind of way. And like his mother has to kind of grab his shoulder and like to get him to like stop babbling.
No.
I will mention that it's something I can at least say would be immensely helpful for all of us who can cast spells.
After that, his father, Christoph the Younger, mentions that one of his major investments is in the foundry.
Time to wake up.
There are a few
Yeah, if it was all just a
courses
dream.
after that. The Duke remains relatively quiet, but when he talks, it's very obvious that his amount of fucks to give is very, very low. The way he kind of looks to you guys is, those of you who in the know, he gives you that look like, I'm not intimidated by any of you, therefore I don't really, like, I can say, like, what I actually think, as opposed to doing this horse shit at like, court where you have to play and pretend and smile and scrape and all that kind of horse shit, so.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I don't say anything like at all unless I'm like someone like prods at me.
Mhm. After that, you do. There is one other person who steps in for like a little bit in order to talk with Kristoff's wife, another man, probably about the same age as Klaus, whom, give me just a second. Kristoff the Younger introduces as his eldest son, Waylon. Waylon is, not dressed like a noble. Is dressed very much like a debutante, like kind of a shirt that hangs open like really far, and his hair is like pretty long, like even for a noble. You all recognize him too. He performed at the Last Drop as a poet, and he was actually pretty good.
Oh, nice.
He, like, gives everybody kind of like a look like, hey, and then says something to his mother, and then nods and kind of like, good meeting you all, I guess, and just kind of turns and wanders off.
Oh. Nice to meet you too.
After that, his wife and his mother retire out of the room with their son going as well, like after the food is served and whatnot, leaving just Kristoff and Kristoff. Junior, after like kind of finishing up, so I have been looking more into some of the issues that you had brought forward to me previous day. I definitely do know a little more than I think I remembered at the time. I have my own, obviously, personal collection of things that I generally don't allow out into the public, as I'm not exactly stingy with those who wish to use the library that we have here in the house. Senior, at the same time, just kind of gives a grunt, like, Junior then says, I can't say that I know what was within that box, within that ark. What I can say was that it was uniquely dangerous, and both the court wizard and the emperors who commissioned it considered it to be... They hedged a few of the bets of the survival of at least their lineage on it. Let me just find that book first.
Who is that?
Oh, Valen Starakias, the Diegetics Viverite. Yes, I give my characters Byzantine names and then I can't fucking remember them.
My name is Hashum Kutura. Oh, fuck.
My name is.
What?
My name is.
Bastion.
Who?
Oh wait, no,
Slim
that's...
Shady.
I think Bastion is Basque.
He puts down like the cloth napkin, like sits back in his chair and says, I believe that it was taken west from here to a temple that was built into the mountains. A temple which I'm not entirely certain the current status of, considering how long ago that was, and, well, the likelihood of retreats of those natures eventually falling into ruin, not just within the Wetterstrom, but within many of the other mountain ranges. I have had some interest in funding an expedition in order to find this. I have unfortunately been rather distracted by local affairs in the past. And if this is something that you're interested in, I might be able to put forth some funding in order to ascertain its location. There would be a contract drawn up, but considering the natures of this kind of investment, it's not something I intend to guarantee a return. I put forward a decent amount of money towards the Caraman expedition, and when it came back, understandably, mostly a failure, I wasn't surprised. The nature of the game.
And look around at everyone else, like...
And just so that we're all on the same page, what is a successful thing look like? Is it you having a way to earn the money back? What exactly are we looking at to do to make it successful?
Before Junior can respond, Senior says, "We want to look and see what you find."
Okay.
These kinds of this kind of work, it's not how much money you can make off of it, it's how much prestige you can earn off of this kind of work. Bringing back something...
discreetly roll my eyes.
Bringing back something important in order to further research or the preservation of historic monuments or objects is generally more valuable than the money you invest into the expedition. Junior just kind of waits for his father to finish speaking and says, "Yes, what he said. Success here would be to find something, and perhaps if anything is still left over, bring that back. Of course, even if you were to find something, the likelihood of there being A, whatever was actually in that ark, or B, if there ever even was one, slim."
Mm-hmm.
But
We've also come across the possibility that if we did happen across it, it might be something very dangerous to keep a hold of, so certainly would be taking the appropriate precautions / not bringing it back here if that was the case.
there is minor concern with this. Should you be involved in the organization and funding of this expedition, perhaps we didn't elaborate enough on our reason for asking. But suffice to say that we are not looking for this for entirely personal reasons. And should information and news be spread of the reason for our involvement, that would be potentially problematic. The involvement and existence and knowledge of the Ark in general being the problem.
Well,
Would there be a situation or a possibility of the expedition being partaken, but without the finer details of our involvement and reason for being public?
well, we have funded many expeditions in the past, some of which, as the Caravan expedition proved, have been taken up both by members belonging to the society or even in partnership with them. In that kind of a case, it can simply be couched behind either the Luttendorff name or that of the Valier Society. In situations like those, the individuals involved don't really matter unless they make themselves known. People remember Slybosh Ironstone simply because not only did he lead the expedition up to Caraman, but he was the one who raised most of the money, involved the Valier Society as well as ourselves. We put forth money towards that, and well, made it publicly known that he was working for his plan in order to try and reestablish a trade route into the north. For all good that would have done. So I don't think you would
But
necessarily need to worry about your names being made public.
Okay.
My main concern is information and the reason for this expedition being labeled as this potential or theoretical arc.
We're the most wealthy family in the Principality, close to one being that in the entire Empire. We can understand operational security and operating thusly. Senior just kind of gives a
Right. I think we're understanding each other.
It also doesn't
sort of
help.
out of character.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to say sort of out of character question, sort of not. Was the implication that when they put this expedition together that our group be a part of it? Or was this just like something they're going to go do on the side while we investigate whatever else we're normally doing? Because my impression was that our group would be a part of it.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding something.
Yeah. It also helps that I know of the situation in Bridgefront, all problems there. I've kept abreast with the magistrates. Droon has not exactly been quiet about a lot of his misery. I've also heard that there was another possible problem, which cropped up later, and Droon reacted rather harshly, wanting to put down another possible cult before he could, well, do anything else with it. I, believe that there might be some operations between the cult and the area in which I believe that perhaps this temple might have stood. I've also kept myself abreast of rumors that have come out of the area saying that there might be some dangerous activities, specifically among the Drow. Has anybody ever had to deal with the Drow clans?
No. Didn't we deal with the Drow?
No, we didn't.
True. Sven looks like he's gonna say something and then is like, no.
Some old stories that my folks told me. You know, nothing too insightful.
Senior says, they're violent and they're dangerous, but they're smart. They know what they're doing. So if for some reason they're operating around there loudly enough that the average person outside of those mountains can figure that out, obviously there must be something important there. We don't know what, but this is as good enough of an excuse. 2 birds, 1 stone. Also doesn't help that a lot of this is happening on Olwick territory. Might be a little bit of intrigue happens there too. Junior kind of gives like a roll of the eyes like, shut up, Dad. Yes. A lot of those lands belong to liege lords that swear fealty to the Ulwicks. While there are politics involved, myself and our family don't have any actual animosity towards the Ulwicks. Senior just kind of gives a like, whatever. And Junior continues on. I, of course, will not be sending you in illegally. We will be clearing this with the Ulwicks before anything happens. This wouldn't be some sort of overt operation operating under the nose of the prince's family. People call us ambitious, sure, but we're not stupid, and we're not going to cause that kind of an offense. I'm not going to guarantee that they're going to offer any assistance, just permission to allow you to go there. But Father is correct. If the Drow are operating in the area, there must be a reason why. The fact that we have reasons to believe that this Cult of the Scales might have some sort of a connection adds a little to the intrigue. It's why, when I heard about Droon having his little apoplectic fit, I leaned on Captain Stauffer in order to make this go away quietly, so that damage couldn't be done. Drune means well, but he is an idiot. He is a man whose only tool is a hammer, and everything in his world looks like a nail. He acts before he can think about learning anything first. And, well, not very useful in my opinion.
He's, did come off as a bit, short-sighted,
Trigger
in a
happy.
sense, but... Indeed.
Yes, well.
Well, we should be able to make our way over okay, I believe.
We can draw up whatever we need, supply what we need, and related to what you might find, we might be able to provide gear which, if what the books say is true, that whatever was within that is either comprised of or heavily made out of iron stone, and that it makes people sick. We're going to look into ways to make sure that no one who gets near it ends up that way too. But I believe it would be in the best interests of not only the Principality, but most of human society as a whole, that if something like that ever existed in the first place, that maybe the Drow shouldn't have it. I don't know about this cult. If it wasn't for Drune, I probably would know a little more. For now, I operate under the assumption that they themselves might be dangerous, maybe not as bad as the Cult of the Spider, but still, they are an unknown object, and I'm going to treat them accordingly. I don't want it falling into their hands either, at least until I know better.
Makes sense.
If you find nothing, you found nothing. And in some ways, that might be the best outcome.
Sounds minimal. Just looking at the rest of the group. Thoughts?
This sounds like there's not a very easy way to fail.
Well, other than the usual.
It's good for me.
I definitely hope that it's not what we find, but be
I don't
more
think
prepared than we would be otherwise.
I don't think you should with any of this. Personally.
Seeing the contract would probably be a good way to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Oh, of course.
He
Just as it.
leans back and like as a butler comes over, he says, "Bring it out." And the man kind of gives a curt yes, and then turns and walks over. We have everything drawn already.
Of course.
We would be sending with you a team of capable men, primarily for security, but also those who are more specialized in the uncovering of things in a way that doesn't damage what is buried underneath. Actual archaeologists.
Oh, good.
Will I need to sign? I'm just their like the gatecrashers, like producer and like the guy that cleans up their mess. You know, like I don't.
You'll make more messes than anyone
Not
else
next.
here.
You're not.
That's why
wrong.
he's so good at cleaning them.
You clean up our messes because you're the one who causes them.
Okay, yes, I do cause a few messes, but do I have to sign if I'm not going in?
It's the Mighty Mighty Boston's just the hype guy who just dances around on stage and doesn't actually play anything.
Do you look like the person you showed up with yesterday? Or
I guess I have to, yeah.
showed up as, not with.
Yeah.
You see the senior go, "Oh, you were Cyrus's whipping boy."
Well, I also work with the Gate Crashers. It's more of a new employment, but because of their tendency and interest in magical knickknacks, Cyrus is okay with the deal.
He kind of looks to his son and then says, "Cyrus learns nothing about this. Fucking."
I just shrug.
And like, you just hear Junior go, "Dad," and like the Duke just like, "I don't give a shit." Just has that look on his face, like, "I don't give a shit."
I like these guys more and more every day.
We've known them for one day.
Exactly.
Well, I guess two.
So plenty
Junior
of room to go down.
turns back around and says, "Well, because you actually were here and heard everything, you will be signing it because, well, you were the party here who heard everything. And part of this is a clause which says you don't get to go talking about this to unauthorized individuals. No press
In that
interviews,
case,
no nobles learning about anything, nothing else."
Of course. If I am going to be signing it, then I would like to have a read through it.
Or you want to have a what?
A read
Oh,
through
okay,
it.
read through.
Just thoroughly inspect the conditions.
Yeah, Vic's not signing anything without reading it.
The butler
Same.
brings the like a tray out that has the contract on it. It's on a sizable sheet, but about what you would expect for a contract. He places clears a space and places it down on the center of the table, and then backs up, kind of giving a bow before returning to the wall. Junior stands up and says, "Most of this is boilerplate, saying your responsibilities, our responsibilities, the expectations of what comes out of this, any discharging of liability, what amount of money that we're putting in and what we hope to recoup out of it, things like that. Take a minute if you want. If anybody else needs, there's a bathroom down the hall. Otherwise, enjoy the wine."
Pours wine into soup.
I will, thanks. Better like this.
Fernix just has like a bowl of wine.
We all do it. We all do it. It's a regional thing.
Oh yes, you wouldn't understand.
Eating my wine with
Swear,
the spoon.
Upstate New
Yeah.
York. Wine from Albany. I've never heard of that.
No. Eating wine with a spoon. I hate that.
Yeah.
No, it's a soup bowl, but you still have a straw. But it's one of the shitty cardboard ones that dissolves instantly.
Oh, it's
God.
getting worse.
It's made of
Most of the
croutons.
contract is pretty dull. It's legalese that I'm not entirely certain any of you are qualified to read. Maybe
No, read it to
Fernix
us.
is pretty close.
I read a lot of
Unfortunately.
books.
I doubt I would know the exacts, but I'd probably be able to tell, hey, you didn't say anything about our immortal souls.
You herefore and
Getting sucked into
henceforth
gems.
forfeit all semblance of mortal soul to the contract.
Yeah,
Oh wait, no, that's pretty boilerplate actually.
Yes.
Yeah, really the only thing that you're surrendering is the right to claim that you did this on your own. Like you're not able to claim
Right.
total control of the outcome or credit for its doing.
Control of the outcome? Is that the exact wording?
No, it's not, because I'm not going to write up an actual
That's
legal
fair.
fucking contract. I wanted to be a lawyer at one point. After a while, I figured out, no, I don't.
Mhm.
No, it basically
Fair
says
enough.
that you are not entitled to the entire proceeds of what happens after this. You're basically agreeing to, if there is an actual payout, to 40% of it. If there's no profit out of this, nobody gets any.
Does it
says
mention
nothing
anything
about your
about the
mortal
arc?
soul or your freedoms or rights or anything like that.
Oh, we're beast folk. We hardly had those to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You're human.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, totally. I mean, yes, I'm human. Hello, I am Mr. Human. But no, does it say anything about any items uncovered? Do they get ownership over them, or outside of monetary stuff,
It
gems? Or
basically insinuates that any possessions will fall into the Luttendorff's possession until.
Of course.
It does stipulate that because this is being brought up on Olwick land, that it most likely will end up as a possession of the prince until otherwise determined, because, well, it's his land, and he is also the man who makes the rules around here. It is in the same way as saying that if you find this because it's on government land, the military gets it.
So I'm just gonna.
Well, I don't want a radioactive whatever anyway, so you can have it.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with them having it either. I think that's worse.
I don't want to hold on to it.
Are there any provisions about the Ark or any information about the Ark specifically?
Regarding it in what way?
Publication, ownership, the spread of information in any sense.
It states that until otherwise determined, any information related to it will remain proprietary secrets. Once it's determined to either be safe or otherwise non-damaging, or if, let's say that it was considered to be not dangerous or not something that was believed to be something that a war would happen over, then it would be able to be published academically. It has a clause saying, unless the prince says otherwise. And it says, refer to the whose land it's on clause.
So nothing about if they find it, we can't they own it, essentially. If they find the Ark.
If there's anything there, that is more or less the insinuation. It does down further say that if something is found and on top of any actual monetary value, so you would get 40% of any, let's say there's other things that are found, not just actual hard currency, but other things that are mundane and can be sold. It also promises you a payout of 100,000 gold.
So, if we find a survivor or someone, do we get 40% of that survivor? Just hypothetically?
A survivor of something that happened 800 years ago?
Yeah, like an elf. You never know.
An elf who just magically didn't starve to death or die of exposure.
They went into hibernation.
Yeah, they had a ring of sustenance.
Yeah, that's what elves can do.
Elf in a box.
I'm going to say that it doesn't mention if people are found. You would assume that they're operating under the assumption that no one would be alive?
So what you're saying is the legal loophole is that we can keep anybody we find inside.
That's right.
If you want to make that legal argument, I'm sure a court
it's a
will
golem.
totally back you.
If it's a golem, though.
Well,
what if it's a
golems
soul?
don't have rights, so yeah,
What if
technically,
it's a soul?
there is
Just
sort of
put
a
it in a British
catch-all at
museum.
the very bottom saying, more or less, to be determined case-by-case value or basis.
Yeah.
It does not fall into the other categories. So yes,
Yeah,
if you were to
we-
find a golem, you could make an argument of we want this as part of our payout, and that would technically be fair.
The golem is going to be able to afford the best lawyer. I'm worth a lot of money, you see,
Uh-huh.
but you can't actually
I don't
pay
wanna-
that to me, right? But I'm worth a lot of money, and my net worth now, a little bit of that should be enough to tide you over, don't you think?
So if we hoe Fernix out, how much money are we looking at?
What?
We hoe
So,
Fernix out.
moving on.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too into the weeds of
Too
this
copper.
contract stuff.
I'm just mainly worried about
Yeah.
like the. I will actually send a message as discreetly as I can, being it's verbal and somatic. Like,
Good enough. Yeah, I'll
Yeah, so-
put my name at the bottom.
Yeah,
Already
I'll-
signing.
Oh,
Well-
okay. Well, never mind. You people are already signing.
I
Yeah,
sign with my blood.
You were
That's a
provided
good
a
idea,
pen,
right, guys?
Like normal people.
I-
If you
I
sign in
will-
blood, I'm sure everyone will watch on in horror. But
But will they stop me?
I
Maybe
mean,
not.
it's your body. I guess you can
I-
do what you want.
I mentally tried.
But yeah, I will send a message to Vic if I can, and just be like, I am genuinely very worried about if we, just on the slimmest chance, actually find the Ark. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of it going into the prince's hand, or Luttendorff's little princes, or whoever else.
I don't like this contract either. This is still in the message, I would assume. So
Mhm.
I don't like it either. But
If you would like to, like, as characters, roll some kind of skill or ability check in order to, like, I can give you a, like, barometer on whether you think it's fair or not. Because a lot of this I am pulling up as I am saying this because, again,
No, that's fair.
I
How
don't
about
have
appraised?
Esquire after my name.
Would appraise be a good skill here?
Sure. I can
I
see
don't
the
have
argument.
appraise. Does someone else have appraise?
It's
Sense motive.
I technically have a single skill point in it, but it's not great.
I mean, I guess you can try to sense motive on the language being used. It would
Sure, I'll
be
do
really
that.
dry, but
Yeah.
sure.
Vic, do you have appraise?
no.
Wow.
Yeah, I can do sense motive.
Hmm.
Sorry, you were saying something about it.
Yeah, it's. I'm very. Well. I don't love the idea of signing a contract like this. But at the same time, I am concerned that should we attempt this on our own, we won't have the necessary tools, equipment, and means in general to find the things that we need.
And with that, if I try and cast the spell again, it will probably be too noticeable. So I just look at you across the table and just nod.
People are, I'm gonna assume that nobody actually leapt at the pen in order to sign because that makes it better on this.
Would it to be? This is to the Luttendorffs. Would it be possible to have some time, perhaps a day or two, just to discuss and make sure that we're all on the same page before we commit ourselves to this?
Sure. Try to make this as reasonably fair as possible. We're willing to negotiate on certain points, but within reason.
It's your I got the impression that this is. I don't mean to say that you are trying to pull one over on us, but without revealing too much information, that I think would be a poor choice. We need to be very careful about how exactly the situation is approached. And while I don't necessarily doubt your intentions, I'd rather not make this sort of decision lightly. It's a sensitive topic. So, a day or two to discuss, and we can come back.
We just need to make sure we have our bases covered.
And to be clear, this is not a point of personal wealth to be gained. We don't, at least for myself, that's not the goal here. Just, as I said, it's very sensitive.
I have
Not
found
purely.
personal wealth to be a helpful thing sometimes.
It's not the focus, is what I mean.
That too.
Junior more or less says, certainly, you can take a little bit of time. Before Senior says, kind of, he's been like finishing up his dessert, which I'm gonna assume it was some sort of cake or something like that. I don't know. Kind of puts it down, wipes his lips, and says, "If this expedition is taking place and we're cut out of it, you won't come back to this city again." And he just says this rather bluntly, like, not a threat, just saying, don't fuck us over, because...
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I would rather not go freeze my ass off in the mountains with probably not enough equipment to make anything significant out of this.
That's not our
And
intention.
And that's about it. Like, just sort of grunt, yeah.
what is it? The Venetian temples, they already have a group that's dedicated to cataloging items of magical potential, so I'm presuming that they weren't. Do they know anything about this?
The Asian Church? No, but if it's something you would like to inform them of once the expedition is started, they can certainly be...
Oh no. I was looking to keep them in the dark as much as possible, actually.
He kind of looks around like, okay, and simply says, if that's what you want, sure.
The one group that might have locked it away somewhere, they might have done that before anyone could really find out what it actually does, so...
Certainly. I'm assuming that the Valier Society is fine to tell?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. You just kind of like, okay, you know.
Just, yeah. Well, I more wanted to make you aware than anything if you're worried about competition.
Only from certain
They don't-
groups.
They don't exactly advertise, and I may have already informed the Venetian Church of the things that I did know about this. Nope. You don't. Go on.
Right for that button.
Fuck's sake. I really was, like, watching her for a while. I'm like, oh, no, she's fine. And then she just jumps up on top, and I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah. Great. I may have already just informed them of the existence of this whatever it is, so I'm not telling them anymore.
Fair enough. We would at least like to keep the sworn from knowing about any of this. We don't hate the church. We know their methods. The chasers might be a little more acceptable, but for now we would like to prefer that they learn no more than they presently know until they can prove that they're trustworthy to handle anything otherwise. It will be us, yourselves, the people that I trust, and the Valiers, should you desire to inform them.
Alright then. Well, that's most of what I had anyway.
I think we have a few things to discuss as a group, but we can be sure that we're not going to be trying to pull the rug out from under you. To use that phrase again.
Christ, cat.
I imagine we'll be back having a discussion about this in the next couple of days, at the absolute latest.
Well, I'm certain there will be somebody here in order to facilitate you with the contract, should you wish to sign it, or pass his message to one of us were we not to be here in order to engage in discussion regarding it. So there isn't too much of a problem there. Somebody will be around.
Understood. Well, in that case, if that concludes our business for the evening, perhaps we best be on our way.
Yep, he stands up, pulls the contract up and waits for the man who carried and places it on that, and that kind of stuff. And the butler leaves. He, Junior remains standing, kind of like brushes himself down and says, "Well, I'm thankful that you were able to come. I realize that this wasn't necessarily a social call, but I'm assuming that those of you who know how a lot of the nobility work, that isn't always the case when you're not politicking. Not to say that this was necessarily just a business transaction, but, well, I have met you twice. Within reason."
I think our conversations have been productive, if nothing else.
Alright.
Yeah.
Well, with that, he will, allow you to clean up if you want, and then at least show you to the foyer.
Can I have some soup to go?
Can I have some wine to go? Oh, we can put them together.
Oh my
Put them in the same bag.
Genius! Wine and soup. Why has no one thought about this?
As a pudding brain.
Well, thank you for the dinner and the wine and the soup. We'll hopefully have some. We'll hopefully be getting back to you very soon.
Swine or whoop? What do you guys think it would be called?
I think I like the way swine sounds, but I think whoop. is better.
I think swine might already be taken.
Yeah, that too.
All right.
Nope.
Well,
God has removed his ability to speak.
well, you guys are able to head out. It is definitely later in the evening at this point, a little after 9. So by the time you step out onto the lawn, the driveway going back out to the main road, it is cooler. It is quiet. You're left alone, and that's probably where we're going to be ending for today.
All right.
Finally.
Finally.
So, going forward, you're going to have some time for you to pursue your own pursuits as you do your research towards performing the ritual in order to enter into the dreamscape that Caligaro has made in a way that is less dangerous than simply trying to lucid dream. And And yeah. So whatever else you want to do, you now have the time to.
All right.
You wanted downtime, and here we are. All right.
I think you already know what I'm gonna be doing for literally all of it. Mornings and evenings, looking for people. Nights, reading that fucking book.
Non-stop goon sesh.
Yep.
How's that
Absolutely.
different from what you normally do?
Oh, hardly at all.
All right. Well,
That's what
guess-
stealth is for, after all.
we'll see what develops over the next couple of days in game. But either way, welcome to September. You made it through a fucking month.
Right, that's when it ends.
Finally.
So for those of you who are watching, thanks for watching. Thanks for the new sub, and we hope we'll see you next week. Well, you'll see us next week at least. So
Okay.
until then, thanks for watching, and have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.